Good day, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Army of the Dead Necromancer. Zangivar blades trillions of damage super blasting. 6 hours ago, this character didn't exist. Now he's already sitting at, I think tier 80 we cleared yesterday, but we're mostly clearing tier 70 for appearance sake. That's been so far an absolute blast. Very fun, relaxing playstyle. And now we're gonna figure out which runes would be the best, work on the Paragon board, try some new stuff. I mean, I still have some things we haven't experimented with. Yeah, could be great. We're gonna find the actual mythic items today that we'll need for this. We're gonna find the greater ancestral shenanigans, and we're gonna reach the trillions of damage. I mean, we're at double-digit billions already, but who's happy with double-digit billions, right? And he can have trillions instead. That's gonna be cool. The planner is up in the description of the video, so we get that one too. I don't want to do levels so fast. Well, sweet. It was really simple. It was 3 hours of just doing the war plans. Now, it sounds stupid, but you simply make a new character and you start doing the war plans, and then you just do the war plans. Now, there's still a bit finesse to it, aka choose war plans mainly that you're going to be doing hell tides, right? And that kind of stuff. But since the Necromancer is highly mobile, as you can see here, I had a big advantage because I could just zoom through. I mean, look at this. Emily, good to see you there. Beast as well, howdy. So the actual Necro itself is nowadays a speed demon. It is not a slow lumbering dude anymore that doesn't have a movement skill. I mean, I don't even have movement speed, okay? I don't have a single point in movement speed. And yet, does it look like I'm not zooting along the way? This is something really cool. We're gonna get our things legendary today. All our glyphs. We do a pure minion build. Well, this is technically a pure minion build, my friend. We will probably also do a pure minion build, but I was really mainly interested in this one, so in Army of the Dead, because it allows me to still play Army of the Dead. As you see here already, I got 11 minions, but I am not forced to solely rely on my minions for damage, right? I can actually do things, and because I'm able to do things, I can influence stuff in a really interesting way, because due to my ability to use the ultis, I can also play an ulti rune that I actually just thought about. Because yesterday we were asking what kind of runes do we use. Well, I could use cast ultimate skill, right, if I wanted to. $33 billion, nice. So first goal is going to be the hundreds of billions, and then we'll see where that goes, okay? Hopefully we're going to get our 3 slot that we're looking for. Set charm. And the same sadness there. Good. We can upgrade the essence finally, which will increase our critical strike damage multiplier. That's amazing. And now we need to upgrade the dominate one, because the dominate one gives us damage per overpower stack, and we're currently playing with 12 overpower stacks. Normal. Good to see you there. Greetings to Serbia. I just finished the campaign quest. Yeah, as soon as the campaign quest is done, you start doing the war, the war table. That's it. You're not going to do anything different, right? It's going to be this, because that's just the most efficient way to do things. That hasn't changed in the slightest. That is just the way to play, the way to get things done. I mean, today we want to finally, hopefully, get the ancestor versions of the stuff I have. Because we're just sitting here, and I was trying to get the ancestral Zangivar. I was trying to get the ancestral Godslayer crown, all that kind of stuff, but it is hard. I have to get there. See how our defense feel now here? I think I'm good. Definitely go for use Nagu rune for something. I've just like haven't decided which runes to use yet because I technically have Barrier, right? Because my mages, they actually provide me with Barrier. It's a good thing, but it's not that much of a barrier, so we gotta consider if this is like enough to work the way I want it to work. You know, Shadowblight is a thing this season, yes, but I'm not sure if it was a unique you needed for it, or you needed a certain aspect. Like Shadowblight significantly changed the way how it actually works. The builds I've seen right now are a Bloodwave build, so Bloodwave core skill build somehow. And, like, as you can see here, the Army of the Dead works pretty damn well. I will admit that I just didn't look for many other Necromancer builds as of now. So this is pretty much, we just started tinkering around with the Necro, that we just started putting this together. So this is literally the first time we have just got something rolling. And we have to start looking at the other builds as well now. Okay, how much crit do I have? I am sitting at 33, but I get 5 from using my Corpse Tendrils. When my mages attack, I get another 5, and I think I get another 5 from one of my curses, if I'm not mistaken. See, oh, there she is. There she blows, chat. Boom, dead. Dude, she just gets sent. That's great. Yep. I mean, she just really, she's poof. When you do a sorcerer build, I will do one build for every single class, at least one build, but more likely multiple builds. It's just, I'm only one man, right? I'm not max roll. I'm one person. I'll do them as fast as I can. But yeah, it's going to take a while. And I know you can't play everything at the same time as well. So it will come, but will come in a bit. I mean, most creators probably found their one build and they're now sticking with it, which is understandable. I mean, think about it, right? It can take a time to make a good build and you got to grind it up. And the problem is if you make multiple builds, people get upset because they want you to just make this one build and then keep making this one build and never play something else. So it's a weird world sometimes for making multiple builds. We'll get there. Barbarian is just following me around. We don't like that. Hello, Mr. Hellworm. That's great because these are the Uriel thingies. Look how much cinders they gave me. Yep. That's just up to 250 cinder in no time. Find the mythic charm yet? Sir, I've killed our good old friend. Let me wait. I need to pick up this unique charm before shit hits the fan. I've killed our good old friend Mephisto now 3 times, and I've not gotten it. I've heard from people killing him 20 times and not getting it, so I guess I should stop complaining and just accept that sometimes you're unlucky. Okay, who's sending more of these? Like literally, oh, it's these 2 nerds here. I'm just getting like majorly upset because they keep just trying to hunt us down. Okay, can I just teleport out, please? I am just trying to clear my charms. God Christ. Trying our best. Won't let you leave, Chan. So we need to destroy charms. The biggest problem is with charms right now that I don't need any of these. So this is 3 to minion skills, right? And I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to do something with this. This is 3 to curse skills. I'll probably have to just gather them at some point again, but right now we're just going to destroy them for the material and see if I have to reroll these into like fitting ones. This is a 1000 Eye Reaver. I have already one of those, and this is a red a red blessing as a charm. Interesting. It comes down to the point, what do I want to wear? Do I wear the Banished Lord's Talisman as a charm, or do I want to wear the red blessing as a charm, right? Both are viable options if you think about it. I just gotta figure out like which one do I want to do? Because the red blessing here does have 4 to overpower stacks. Who drops the Banished Lord's Talisman currently? Because if the Banished Lord's Talisman dude is easier to farm, right? We might just do that. Banished Lord is being dropped right now by, oh, no one knows. Like, we have updated boss loot tables, right? But even these updated boss loot tables, they are inaccurate in some capacities. It's interesting to see. Even to this point, we're not 100% sure where some stuff drops. Again. Speaking of charms, there's worse than not getting the mythical talisman. I've seen the dud mythical posted, so you could get that. Well, I mean, the dud mythical is not a dud. So there's the one where you can equip multiple unique charms. And I think that one is actually amazing. I'm like, because there are builds that could work with this. I'm pretty sure I could come up with something where I equip multiple unique charms to make like some ultimate super unique build. So it is not impossible. I mean, alone with the Red Blessing, so you could put the Red Blessing and the Banishless Talisman. Red Blessing gives you overpower, right? Overpower stacks, and Blood Orbs gives you more overpower. But you could find a way to get overpower stacks. And with that unique charm, I could put both on, right? I could put both of these in my inventory and then think about a third thing to do. I do believe there is something possible. It would be crazy to say there's like nothing possible with that. But I agree that 4 is prohibitive. Heavily prohibitive. 5 will be better with 3 uniques because you could at least get a 2 set bonus on top. But yeah. By the way, chat, I got 2 uniques this morning, in case you missed it, at 2 mythics this morning from the Mythic Tribute. I tried our cool Mythic Tribute farm strategy, and dude, it worked right away. But this is Necro, going crazy. We're out today, Thun. Very good. I mean, it's Monday. New week has started. We got more builds to play, more things to try out. People are still excited about Diablo. Good to see. I mean, 1 week has passed. You might think, hey, after a week, people start slowly realizing the game ain't that good anymore. 70 billion. Ooh. But no, people are still enjoying, and that's just exactly up my alley. Ooh, ring with 4 greater affixes. Jeez. I mean, I probably don't even need it, which is the sad part. Right? So we just got a Sin of Pelgin. You know what? With crit strike damage multiplier, yeah, I mean, not good in the slightest, but we'll make it work. Okay, so we should slowly start looking for a chest that's not an 850 item power chest, but I kind of don't want to put anything on that's not greater affix, right? I don't want to put on a normal ancestral item. Feels kind of like just super sad to do that. Ren, the game is absolutely amazing at this point, but you know how some people are. Some people start playing, they get excited, and then they kind of like notice like, okay, so some of the things I never liked are still similar, and then they start like, oh god, it's actually not that good. You know, this vicious cycle of, you know, I enjoy it, but I enjoy it, but you know, it goes back and forth. People are weird about that. Crafting was so much better than compared to before. Well, before, crafting was upgrading. There wasn't crafting in the game. Now I can craft from the ground up. I mean, I can take a blue item with a greater affix. I can take a yellow item with a greater affix. And from the ground up, I can craft it all the way to be an absolute amazing piece of equipment. So we went from no crafting, as you say, to some of the best crafting out there. I mean, it's still random, it's still RNG, but there's a lot of deterministic things you can do. And obviously a bit of RNG to crafting is never a bad thing. It's just there needs to be ways to mitigate said RNG and work within. And then we're all good. Did you land a new job to buy the DLC, Ranfan? I wish you all the best. Is that a good track, Shadow? The base. So how do I say this? This is Diablo 3.0. So Diablo 1.0 was okay-ish. Diablo 2.0, Vessel of Hatred, was fine, right? It was definitely a step forward. But now we're actually finally arrived at Diablo 3.0, and Diablo 3.0 is a good Diablo 1.0. Right? This is now a very good base to craft forward up in. The skill trees are fantastic for the activities. If they now work on expanding that with further things, then we're all very happy with that. Balance, new items, like actual meaningful seasons that introduce cool new mechanics into the game that then will be turned permanent stuff, right? So we're looking very much forward to this, especially now every new activity that we're kind of getting from a seasonal thing will get their own skill tree too, if you think about it, right? So this is like, the future is kind of cool because we'll get these, right? These skill trees. But if the season comes out now, the season will get their own skill tree or something similar to that, right? And I'd say that's pretty damn exciting. Put that to legendary as well. Nice, we put this in and... No, I upgraded the wrong one. Okay. Any tips to solo quick level? War plans. After beating the campaign, war plans, my friend. I took 3 hours yesterday from 1 to 17. With war plans alone. Nothing else. Just war plans into more war plans with more war plans and then some war plans on top with cheese and cream. And if I hadn't done some war plans, some more war plans. Have I played Vessel of Hatred? Hatred wave thingy? No, I haven't. I don't, like, I haven't received a token for it yet. I don't actually know when you get that token. Or I might have had the token and just completely missed that I had the token. I don't know. But yeah. No echoing hatred for me yet. Also, I probably want to wait until my Tyrani's Grasp build gets the Mythic charm so I can like really enjoy the Echoing Hatred and get the most out of it. Even though it's kind of like stupid to think this way because you want to do the Echoing Hatred for like rewards to make your character better, but you kind of also want to get the most out of it, so you're going to wait until your character's almost maxed out to then do an activity that's supposed to give you better equipment, but your character's already maxed out, so what are you even going to get there? Kind of weird, right? War plan is character bound, and as bad as that sounds, it gives you at least something to do as you level up, right? Because I truly believe if you had it account wide, it would be a bit broken. Like the bonuses are too steep, they're too crazy, and if you would have them from the beginning on, might be unbalanced. Then again, who cares? 7 tier 10 whisper caches, levels in all to level 70. Yeah, sure, you can do that. But you could also just enjoy your leveling journey. I'm not sure why everyone tries to shortcut things when, you know, they're still fun to be had. You want to try out the new abilities. You want to get used to them. Only 3 hours. What bit is this? This is an Army of the Dead Necromancer. As you can see, we're using Army of the Dead as our main damage skill. We're shooting these souls out. And the Army of the Dead ghosts themselves are doing billions of damage. There was a 40. We have done up to 70. We will hit trillions down the line. And we're pretty much teleporting through the area, just nuking things. And our skeletons are just functioning as bonus buffer. See, the boss just keels over. I mean, this is obviously a too low Torment tier for me right now. I could just go higher, but I'm just trying to farm this relatively fast. Right? You like the AOTD charms of the Darkness one? Well, for this build, you need the AOTD charms. Double. Because you need the cooldown. Otherwise, you won't have the cooldown. It's not necessarily a question of like or dislike, but of need. Okay, we had a crit chance, crit damage multiplier, and intelligence. If I now re-roll that resource generation, question... I can do chaotic re-roll, right? So, aggressive would be aggressive. Defensive can't work. Then we got resource, and resource is resource regeneration, right? So I can chaotic re-roll this into Essence on Kill. Well, not what I was looking for, but could have gone also into something interesting. So we can reroll now this Essence on Kill into... I want an all damage multiplier, but preferable would be a vulnerable damage multiplier. Because in case you didn't know this, it's a bit weird how it works. So the multipliers themselves into each other don't multiply, but they multiply with the other types. So if I get many crit damage multipliers, they're like additive with each other. But if I get the different multipliers, they're multiplicative with each other. Right? It's stupid, but this is how it works. So that ring here is actually a huge increase. Crazy work, Chan. So there's a really good find. So for example, my gloves, I have like the attack speed, but I need to get rid of the attack speed, and preferable swap the attack speed for something else, but that is a transfigured item, so we can't do it actually. Okay, we got this one, temper, and what we're gonna temper is a new one. We're gonna temper damage per overpower stack. Thing is, why is this so powerful? Damage per overpower stack. I have 12 overpower stacks. So that's a lot of additive damage. The other ones are 40 additive damage. This is per overpower stack. Think about it. How powerful is this? Oh, critical strike chance higher. Damn. That one is a killer ring we got here, Chan. Awesome balls. That's rune. I don't need runes. Let's do a new plan. Marauder cube, jewelry, runes.
Let's reconsider.
Gems, Helltide. Gems. Salvage. Fuck yeah. Okay, since we just figured out that Torment is here too easy, let's do Torment 10 already. How's the Necro going? It's insane. Honestly, like, Necro is just going so well. It's borderline OP. And when we just figured yesterday out the whole overpower thing, and that turned into such an easy, interesting damage shtick, I really like that. Doesn't seem to stack correctly though. While Hell's again for overpower stacks, because we're currently sitting at the 8 stacks, but he doesn't improve past 8. Even though we have the your maximum person increased by 4. So that one does not seem to... Ah, now it's stacking properly. Thank you. Better get fully fortified beforehand, right? So now it's 12 stacks of overpower. So that's 12 times 12.5 damage or 13 damage, right? Which is a huge amount of damage. And every stack of overpower also gives us a grand total of 20% more damage. So these overpower stacks are giving us 240% more damage. Cool, right? Have you played Druid yet? No, but Druid is next on the list, or Paladin. I haven't decided if it's Druid or Paladin. It really depends on... I need to do some research on the Boulder build, how well Boulder is working, and I need to do some research on Lightning build, because Boulder and Lightning are the two builds that I'm really interested in Druid. I'm not interested in Companion Druid, unless it's Raven Spam, because Raven Spam is obviously live Chef's Kiss, but if it's not Raven Spam, then I don't even want it. Because Raven Spam was like the #1 lovely build that I get there. With this new ring, I wonder if we already have 100 billion damage now. Sorcerer is insane, but you're kind of forced to play Lightning. 70 billion. Do you have to buy DLCs to unlock Druid and Paladins? No, Druid is in the base game. Paladin is for the DLC. And if you don't have the DLC, you're going to miss out on skills. Because in the skill tree, you have like 3 options per skill. But I don't think you actually get the 3rd option without the DLC. Which is pretty poor showing from Blizzard. I will not excuse this. Okay, I think it's like fucking stupid. But then on the other hand, it is what it is. Like, I'm not surprised that this is happening, because at some point you will need the DLC or you can't play the game anymore. And I will argue that Lord of Hatred is already that point. You just can't, like, if you play Diablo with the base game, you will just not have a good time. The amount of power you're missing, the amount of like damage you're missing is just too high, too vast. The gap will only get greater, and the longer you like refuse to get things, the more terrible it will get. Okay, yesterday we didn't have a single one upgraded, Chad. And now we're sitting here at all of them to legendary almost. 18.1, yeah, but I need double digits, sir. You know? Double digits or bust. I want to try to hoot flash as well. The interesting part is that we simply are lacking a lot of multipliers right now, so we're playing this very missing. So we have the cooldown reduction here on this one, for example, and the cooldown reduction is not needed. We also have the critical strike chance, but technically that critical strike chance would be better if it was another multiplier of some sort, right? So if it was anything but that, not cold damage, like vulnerable damage multiplier or something. The problem is that re-rolling is just too expensive. You can hear vulnerable damage multiplier. That should be working a little bit better. No. Who would have expected to be able to get into new systems without the DLC? I remember Raven Spam, loved that build. The problem is like, it was only one season we could play Raven Spam. It's a DLC, it's a live service game, why would that stupid? Well, on the one hand, it's a live service game, it's a DLC, but Diablo always keeps saying the Eternal Realm was something that you can always keep playing on. So you'd probably assume that you could, like, if you just have the base game, keep eternally playing. But honestly, that ship has sailed, right? You can't just keep eternally playing. It just won't work. You will just keep falling behind. I guess we're gonna treat this DLC more like a Burning Crusade was for World of Warcraft, right? So it's just called the DLC, but it's more than that. Right? It's a restart. It's a start from zero again, and you need everything that DLC has to offer to keeping up. When I believe when I see, like, I have been on Reddit and people are like, I'm stuck in Torment 5. I'm stuck in Torment 4. And I'm like, you probably don't have the DLC, right? That's the only reaction I can muster to that. With all the love of my heart. Spear, good to see you there. Is this build up yet? Yes, the build is up, the planner at least. But the planner will still need some improvement with the things that we find out today. Okay, so I made the planner, yes. But keep in mind that it is not final. Okay, this is a work in progress. It's linked in the YouTube video. You will get a full build video of this, broken down to the tiniest detail, as always. But I just wanted to, like, today get to Torment 12 and show you, like, who's boss. I mean, I could already go into Torment 12, don't get me wrong. This could clear Pit 100 already. But we just want to properly get there, because it can't be that I go into Torment 12 with, like, non-greater affixed item. This is a Godslayer crown from my Warlock. Yes, you heard right, Chad. That is a Godslayer crown from my Warlock. Because why wouldn't I run around with a Godslayer crown from my Warlock? So yeah, make out of that what you want. I still have a long way to go to really bring this to the final stage. My character is like 7 hours old, so you know how it is. Oh wow, he just got nuked. Chad, he got nuked. Did you see that? Oh goodness, we gotta go to Torment 10. I am sorry, Chad. I am sorry, but holy. Levels of silly, but the good levels of silly, not the bad levels of silly. Oh, so much fun. How many mythics do you have? I think I'm sitting at like 7 or 8, and we have another 3 resplendent sparks. Getting mythics is ultra easy. We put a video out that actually explains it all. Like stacking mythics is simple, especially when you're Torment 10 and beyond. Like it feels like mythic drop rate vastly increased. Not sure if actually 11 or 12 does increase it because the drop rate increasing drops off, right? At a certain point. That like 11 and 12 is actually not giving you meaningful bonuses anymore. So Torment 10 is like what you want to reach because then you maxed out the drop chances of everything, and everything afterwards is pretty much bonus, I reckon. Want to see your cosmetic? It's the World of Warcraft cosmetic. How do you get so many times the spirits to spawn? So this is my Army of the Dead, okay? And when my minions hit, they reset the cooldown of Army of the Dead. So I can pretty much spam this. It's the whole premise of the build, being able to spam Army of the Dead and being then able to do it over and over and over again. Which would also allow you to play the rune that says cast an ultimate for 200 offering to trigger whatever effect you desire. Because right now we're not actually playing runes, right? We're not messing too much around with that, as we just did not require. As you can see, it's not like we need anything. Today should be getting the ancestral version of this sword, because this is also, we're doing 100 billion damage with a non-ancestral sword, 88 billion. We get minions to hit the cooldown. Charm. Here. Linta of the Waking Touch. Army of the Dead deals 450% increased damage, okay? And your minions deal 60% increased damage and reduce the Army of the Dead cooldown. That's how you're doing it. The problem is your skill is not a... vulnerable damage. Oh, perfect. These are the perfect gloves, chat. Look at this. Physical damage and vulnerable damage multipliers. So these do multiply up with each other. The only thing that would now miss would be like a critical damage multiplier on top with cheese and cream. But these two, they multiply. Okay? Oh, that's strong. Dude, that's strong. So what you're going to do with this now is you're going to remove an affix, and we're going to remove the defensive affix. Okay? Here, defensive one. Because that's going to remove the physical resistance. Because we don't want the physical resistance, right? I'd also like to remove the sever. The problem is the sever is a aggressive affix. Yeah. No, wait. This is a used to target skill and core stat of affixes. That should remove the sever, right? Yeah. And now we're adding now we're adding physical ones. So we're adding here aggressive ones. So we got physical. No, damage over time multiplier is wrong. And we're getting critical strike chats. Perfect. So now we just need to take that damage over time multiplier, because that one does nothing for us, right? And we need to reroll into critical strike damage multiplier, preferable. Could also take maximum life, but I would like to. Yes. Oh, hey, look at these gloves, ladies and gentlemen. The gloves of gloviness. Oh, they're cooking, dude. So that's beautiful, beautiful. And they get a temper, and that temper is also going to be damage per overpower stack. Obviously in greater affix, otherwise we won't want to have that. That looks so beautiful, right? Wasn't that fun crafting? I mean, that was fun crafting, correct? Until we hit this greater affix, we're just going to roll this now. So it's like really, you don't need to trade anymore. You just need to have fun and enjoy yourself. Let's trigger them, go big or go home. I'm not done with them yet, so let me finish these gloves properly. Jesus, are you not hitting the greater affix? Come on now. I know you can. Don't be like that. Don't be annoying. I'm just burning here through my forgotten souls. Thank you, 15%. Look at this bad boy. And crushing. Let me pull out the notepad for a second. I need to mark this moment. Trillions of damage becoming. Oh yeah, I mean this glove is gonna look at the difference. Okay, between the two gloves. My old one had max life, attack speed, crit chance, critical strike damage multiplier, and critical strike damage. Not bad. But this one has vulnerable that multiplies with a crit, that multiplies with a physical, that has then damage per overpower stack. Yeah. Like this is just not a tiny different. This is like ginormous. Okay. So if we wouldn't be hitting for Barbillions, I would be really surprised. We will see this again in a crafting video coming out soon. Well, we have a Horadric cube video up where we already broke down how the cube works, but I might actually have to make another one, like how to make the perfect amulet, how to make the perfect spare of gloves, and so on, right? For every item singular. We're gonna take our effort in our hands to find a few good bases today. Okay. Why is the text purple? Because of my loot filter. My loot filter makes ancestrals with the specific text I'm looking for be purple, so I don't miss out on them. 132 billion, ladies and gentlemen. So that was the increase of the gloves. Right? We went from 80 max to 132. Seems reasonable. Look at the progress orbs, dude. The problem is, so enemies take 300% more damage the more souls hit them, right? So each soul that hits them increases my damage. Now the problem is that the enemies die when they get hit by one soul. so we can't actually reach our maximum damage currently because the enemies die too fast. Yeah. I know, nice problem to have, bruv. I'm just saying. Can't even reach our full potential, ladies and gentlemen. Our enemies are just dying. I was trading dummy. I mean, we can use, here where you can see, like, how a Torment 10 boss, Torment 10 layer boss, if you want to, how that would look right now. Because we gotta farm anyways for Zangivar's blade, right? Okay, where's the boss? There's the boss. Hello, ma'am. 1 hit, 2 hit, and oops, 106. Good riddance, my lady. Get the last one also. Boom. All legendary, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to keep upgrading the damage per overpower stack. Because this is the good thing about the Dominate. So this one gives you also damage per overpower stack 9.2. Pretty good, right? We need to just like put here more points into willpower now. As you can see, there's quite some willpower you can get. 64 points of willpower just like this. And there's another one. So 71 points of willpower without even expanding the effort. So Army of the Dead is the back. No, Army of the Dead ain't back, sir. It's like, it's back. Right? Just war plans? Yes, just war plans to get your carrot dub. Okay. Need better boots. You said a Torment 10 boss. Yes, let's do that. Torment 10. Torment 10 is important because Torment 10 increases the chance for Mythic charms. And you can get Mythic charms everywhere. So you can't only get them at Mephisto. You can get them everywhere. Why are you using Godslayer instead of Undercrown Royal Denmark? Simple reason, I want to pull my enemies together. Royal. You could probably use the Cry Rune to pull enemies together instead, and I think we're going to do that. However, it just works extremely well because I walk into enemies and they pretty much pull together, right? I do this and they all just gravitate towards me so that my souls can easier explode into them. Now, if I do it with a Cry Rune, I guess I'm going to be fine as well. Have you had an Echoing Hatred yet? Either I have it and I don't see where it is, or I don't have it and I don't even know how to open it. Those are the options. I'm not sure which one I'm more comfortable or uncomfortable with. Okay, so Lord Zur, ladies and gentlemen, Torment 10 boss. We haven't been yet, but we also just increased our damage. Oh my goodness, this is not funny anymore. We also just increased our damage to hundreds of billions. So I guess we're, yeah, 169. Woohoo! But bam, ladies and gentlemen. Started the stream with like 70 billion max. We've already doubled it. And we still don't have a 200 ancestral sword, right, ladies and gentlemen? So we're still looking for a 200 ancestral version that has good stuff on it. So this one is shitty. It's also only 40%. This one has physical damage multiplier and 49%, so that one is fine. This one has a resource cost reduction crit multiplier, good, but also 49%. So we're gonna keep this one. And the other ancestral ones we're gonna re-roll into each other. Because we obviously want to have one with a greater affix, preferable to weapon damage, right? That would be the best you can get. So we're also going to kill Mephisto with this character today. I'm not going to rest, ladies and gentlemen. 121, 107, 258, ladies and gentlemen. Very good, very good. Far too nice. Pit Hundo, Pit Hundo wouldn't be a problem right now. Oh no, Chad, it's him. What should we do? Or 161 and 151 at the same time. Stop hitting myself. Stop hitting myself. Okay. 200 ancestral. But I guess I should be happy with an ancestral, even if it doesn't have a greater affix, right? Let's just take it. Ever played Static Sork? No Sork yet. Tempering Uniques. Tempering Uniques is great. I think it's one of the better additions. Okay, so this one, bad, 850. This one is 850 as well. This is greater affix. Greater affix, 48%, all damage multiplier, but life on kill. Terrible, actually. This one has crit and fizz damage multiplier. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, but it's an 851. Shit. This is the best you could get, okay, chat? This is like... That'd be so good if you actually... Wow. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, let's take the ones that are terrible and smash them together. So this one had life on hit and primary resource. This has crit and cold, which is good, but I can't do shit with it. So that's 850, by the way. This one has crit multiplier but resource cost reduction. I don't like that. This one has cold and essence on kill. Also don't like that. So these are 3 now ancestrals, and that should lead to another ancestral. It is another ancestral with essence on kill. Terrible. Then we're going to take the greater affix one because it also is bad. And we're going to take this one, which had all damage multiplier, because this again has like all the good things happening, right? So again, 3 transmute, and we get one with life on hit. Ugh, why? Gonna have to keep it regardless because it's, yeah, it's just what it is. Now that being said, this one is already better than the one I have right out of the house, because the one I had is just like, it has crit and critical, it has crit, max life, it has all this stuff, right? But it's 850. So obviously we're going to take the 900 one now. Then we're going to temper on it crit chance. It's currently crit chance is the one I temper on all of these, because it's just like the one of the best things you can temper on. Especially now that we can greater affix temper it on, if it then would work. Hey, by the way, Chad, how about we make tempering on 200 weapon cost twice the amount of Forgotten Souls? Why would we do that? You know, Blizzard. Having resources is anyways boring, right? Okay, I'm gonna keep the 10% for now, so I can't be asked. I'm almost out of Forgotten Souls. Crit chance, I don't want that one higher. I'd rather have the weapon damage. Thank you. Dum 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 dum. Okay. What do we have to do now? We have to do a Infernal Horde. Yeah, let's do an Infernal Horde. See how that goes. A Meteor build, Mike. Oh, that's so good to hear. Thank you very much. Perry also, very good to see you there. So you're telling me that Meteor can hit for trillions? That must be a bug. But I wouldn't mind if it wasn't a bug, right? I'd be absolutely fine with that. So I wonder how this is going to work now in a Infernal Horde, considering that, you know, there's so many opponents. 320 billion incoming. I don't think we're going to see the high billions here because everything will just die before it can even trigger. But even if my average goes up, that's going to be nice because then I can just kill things faster, right? I mean, if my average soul that comes out does billions of damage, then I'm just going to see that even the tiny souls are doing billions right now. I guess that's what we're hoping for, that every single soul I unleash just does so much damage that it's just a nuclear bomb. Like, right? Not just the big hits. Like, everything just needs to be a nuclear bomb. What does weapon damage do? So weapon damage gets your base weapon damage up. And since the damage on your ability is based on what you're basically putting in, right? So you're putting in the 5,290 damage per hit, right? And that 5,290 damage per hit gets multiplied up with everything. And now you have more weapon damage. So the actual base of what you deal is higher. And since the base of what you do is higher, the multiplied output is even higher, right? It's the difference of being punched by someone who weighs 50 kilogram and being punched by someone who weighs 100 kilogram. And you pretty much add those 50 kilogram on top, you know? If that makes sense to you. Oh, this works so well for Infernal Hordes. I was a bit scared that it wouldn't do this good. We should try the Cry Rune, though, because then I can use a different helmet. Okay. I saw 32. We're doing over 100 billion already. So the highest has been 245 billion. There was 100 just a second ago. The thing is that, again, for my Army of the Dead to do the maximum damage, my Army of the Dead needs to stack up against an opponent. Because every single soul that hits an opponent increases the damage they take by 1%, up to 300. So that's a nice little bonus on the Tibbity Tom. The Treasure Goblin event with Forgotten Souls, it's not necessary. If you go for salvage materials in... So we're down in Forgotten Souls. Let's actually track how many we're getting. We're 899 Forgotten Souls. That's really not a lot. But I got the legendary amount of salvage from this Infernal Horde. So we can actually now see how much would that legendary amount of salvage be. Because right now, I've really kept up with Forgotten Souls, not with disenchanting things, just over the war plans. Whenever I need more Forgotten Souls, I just crank up my war plans to the max, right? And it works. Perry, good to see you there. Thank you very much for the brand new subscription and support, Perry. That's very kind of you. Suck at the sword. Oh, yeah, we forgot to suck at the sword. Thank you. Let's just keep missing multiplying damage. I wonder, since all the different damages multiplies up, if it would be better to put ultimate skill damage on the sword. You know what, Chad? Would it not be smarter to put ultimate skill damage on the sword? I have been putting physical damage on with the two here skulls, but they're diamonds. And diamonds give ultimate skill damage. Think about it. Oh, I'm missing three of my mages. Since when? What happened? I guess we could now farm Torment 11 bosses currently. I mean, this looks quite reasonable. Torment 10 boss just keeled over. I mean, again, this character's like 7 hours old. This would have been the perfect season starter. What the fuck? Necromancer's just crazy. I mean, obviously having a lot of Paragon points helps, but the thing is that Necro just needs a few Paragon points to be happy. Because the Paragon boards on Necro are actually not giving the high multipliers, right? That's what the gear gives in this case. It's not like Warlock. Diamonds give ultimate skill damage. It should be, if I'm not completely mistaken. I mean, diamonds used to give ultimate skill damage. Now, I haven't checked since the DLC came out, so my base assumption is just that diamonds still do that. I gotta hope for my poor little souls to hit back there, right? So we're trying to destroy the portals. In order to destroy the portals, my skeletons need to reach there. Got this. But this is why I like the Godslayer crown, because again, everything is just being pulled to me at any given second. And I'm not sure which other rune could do this for me. Because I don't think I can trigger another rune this often. Right? Cry is like 300 if I'm not mistaken. So it wouldn't feel like good to do that. The dungeon with the 3 royal gems. It's the Seer dungeon devs at the start of Temis. So here you have Temis, and that's where the Seer's reach is. There's a gobbo. I just saw these 2 gobbos. There might be a problem with getting the gobbos killed because we have to, like, you know, we have to get close to him and then we have to aim my souls into him. There's always been like the issue when we get to the location where like so many of the enemies are. And warriors to attack mirrors. My warriors are doing reasonable damage, but they're not where the big damage comes from. I mean, my Army of the Dead basically is at 200 million damage or so without a single multiplier. And when you have all like things going, right? See, my warriors are like 65. I mean, I guess it's fine. Can't complain too much. Might as well get some more out of aid. Yeah, we just need Opticide and Gem Fragments. Thank you. Actually, we just need Gem Fragments. We don't need Opticide. Did I get there? Another pair of gloves. Damage over time, shadow damage. Actually, damage over time and shadow damage multiplier would probably find like some good builds to work with. Right? Okay. So, we got 899 Forgotten Souls, chat, and we got a bonus of how many? Here, 100. Wow, we get robbed. So that's salvage and that's salvage. See, it's boss, pit, helltide, salvage. Get all the salvage. And we have to kill Lord Zerb. Helmet with intelligence. And that was this helmet again. Nothing. Life one hit. Nah. That's it for that piece. Should we try? Wait, I cannot do Torment 11 yet, can I? No, I haven't unlocked. Okay, let's unlock Torment 11 quick, ladies and gentlemen. Torment 11. Not like this is going to be a problem. Still thinking AOTD is headed to trillions of hits. Dogma, we just went from 70 billion to 260 billion. So that was the highest we have seen so far. And obviously, the more HP my enemies are going to have, the more damage we will deal. So yes, we are definitely heading towards the trillions. Easily. Not like maybe, easily. Not sure how high of trillions we'll be able to achieve. There should be a substantial number coming in. What we gotta slowly look for is actually some defense, because this is like something to consider. Right now we have no defense. Or no defense so to talk about. Right? I mean, we're running around with multiple items, 850, that have like complete random stats and don't have like anything approaching usefulness. So we definitely have to work on that. We'll get there. The build guide for this, in the description of the YouTube video, there is a build guide. But it is incomplete because there are a few items that are missing in the build planner. I can't add them. So you're missing the amulet, for example, which is called the Red Blessing. It's pretty much just so you have a feeling for how to make this, but without the explanations. That will come later when we have the whole thingy fully cooked out. Oh, it goes further up there, and I missed it. I'm an idiot. Very much. It's quite inconvenient to wear a sword. Why, sir? I gotta make corpses somehow. Might as well carry a sword around with me to make corpses. Are you cubing right now? I think Banished Lords might end up being the biggest multiplier. We have the... Here. Banished Lord's Talisman. 12% increased damage per stack of Overpower. And we have 12 stacks of Overpower usually when we're fully fortified. So that's 12 times 12. What does that give, chat? A lot. But that's not it, actually, because our Red Blessing also gives us 9% more damage per stack of Overpower as well. Yeah. 192, 258. Dude, he just fell over. Poor guy. So like pit 100 would easily be possible. Not even a challenge. And we can only get stronger at this point, which is the crazy part. So that's a lot of bonus damage. Where can I get a Red Blessing? From Astaroth, which is the problem, because how are you going to get to Astaroth? Nightmare Dungeon Escalation Sigils. However, in order to do Nightmare Dungeon Escalation Sigils properly, you actually need to start doing, what are they called again? Yeah. You need to start doing... all the strongholds, because otherwise you're going to get cucked out of them more times than you want to imagine. Okay, bad. One with a bonus charm. Right, Chan? I'll actually sell them. I need the funds. Socket the sword. Yabba dabba doo. So technically you would like to have 2 royal diamonds because that's all damage multiplier, and that's just one of the better multipliers right now. Because again, the other multipliers are adding additive with each other. But Helm, we're currently using the Godslayer crown, but I'm considering dropping the Godslayer crown. Because the Godslayer crown gives me an effect that I could also do with the Cry rune. Now we have one problem with the Cry rune. Let's see, Cry. Do I not have the Cry rune currently? At least not here. Tap, crit, ner, Cry. Cry says invoke Spiritborn's Vortex, but it would be for 300 offering. Now, how do I make 300 offering? I could use Zan, but Zan would only be every 2 seconds. I could use Moni, but that's also not good. I could do Yax. I could use Nagu. But again, all of these are just not triggering as often as I would like them to trigger, so I don't like it. Alright, it would trigger like every now and then. I'm not really a fan. To decide what do I want to do. None is too exciting to use. I gotta get all the runes, by the way, over from my other character, so we have them all gathered somewhere. Does attack speed still affect your cast time? Depends on the skill. Let's put all the... So we get a bit more to choose from. Yes, my inventory is awful right now, ladies and gentlemen. Crucify me if you must. It looks like World of Warcraft, sir. If you think this looks like World of Warcraft, you definitely need your eyesight checked. Okay, rally skills, challenge shout, shroud, bulwark, nova. I could just do the random war cry skill if I wanted to, probably. That wouldn't be even worth it. It's crazy how nothing of this is like in any way useful, to be honest. Well, I could probably add the Quay rune to just be somewhat more, and then we have like cast ultimate skills into the vortex, but I have a hard time putting the Godslayer crown away. So let's go to Torment 11. Because we wanted to see what it takes to, like, if I have the damage. I should have the damage more than enough. Let's do Andariel first, because Andariel would be the evil for the Godslayer crown. Mine is so much worse. At least you organize your stuff. Yeah, when you're planning to play multiple classes, there's no chance you need to organize a bit. Sarah, welcome back. Thank you very much for the 50 months of support. Shoo. See, we get like consistently our berry up on top of the berry that we're getting from the others. Bit of damage stacking. Oh, when your souls are running past the opponent. Okay, now we started properly being stacked up. See, 236 billion. Now slowly 288, and it's just going to get more and more and more with every single time we cast, because that's like how it works. So generally speaking, how the whole Army of the Dead build works. That's now 297 billion, right? I'm getting hit by these balls of doom. Oh, I'm gonna run through that. Can you get Asterisk boss drops from Belial? Yep, they fixed it. Okay, so we have the damage. We just die in that stupid phase, right? It's good to know that we have the damage, though, ladies and gentlemen. $347 billion I just seen, ladies and gents. $364 again. We're doing just way more right now than we did last time. Don't ask me why. Did she get pummeled? Yellow charms. All yellow charms are getting salvaged, sir. All charms that you don't need also get salvaged. I mean, right now I have all these charms here right now because I'm trying to figure out which ones will be better. I'm trying to get a lot of all stats because the problem is that the bonus skill ranks are completely useless to me, right? So right now I decide, do I want the lucky hit chance, for example? This is a lucky hit chance for 1,000 damage and a lucky hit chance to freeze enemies. It's actually really cool. So we're probably going to equip this fur here because it's just better. Then we got the Mlor, for example. Bonus XP or all stats. The all stats here is higher, so we can take the Mlor. This one has Beru. It's potion healing, maximum resource, but that's not better. Then we have Beru with fire rest and lucky hit chance for more shadow damage. And we got the crafting material maximum life, where the maximum life is actually really good. So I guess I'm going to equip that over the Beru here because I like the maximum life. Pans? I don't need pans. Need a better helm. Question greater affixed. And this is for Casimir's Legacy, which dodge chance. Jesus. Jesus Christos. There are the big numbers rolling in, ladies and gents. Gotta hit her with more souls for more damage. Did we stun her just now to her? 628 billion, ladies and gentlemen. So question, can we do the trillions? Answer, yeah. Can? Doesn't seem too complicated. Ow, we get killed by things. We try Blight for pulling mobs. I don't know if Blight still does that. Also, why would we do Blight for pulling mobs when the Godslayer Crown can do it? I mean, don't forget that the Godslayer Crown pulls and does 40% more damage. It is quite useful, right? It's actually beyond quite useful. It is a great item. Now, if I had an Air of Perdition, probably the Air of Perdition would be better. But also not, because the pulling together is just useful. Again, I could use the Cry Rune, but the Cry Rune would trigger less often. For the Cry Rune, I would, for example, have to use my ulti twice. That means that only every other pack I could pull together like this. While here, 416 billion. I'm trying to stun her different so we can skip this phase here, because this phase is stupid, as it seems. We don't like that phase. Because once I walk through the poison due to not having any defenses, I just die. You know, let's keep that in mind. I don't have any defenses on these characters so far. So if we get caught up in anything, we just instantly die. Could use Wild Bolt aspect to pull mobs. I have all my aspect slots taken. There is no opportunity to take Wild Bolt. Okay, so in order to kill Torment 11 bosses, we've already killed her once, right? We need to at least look for getting my chest piece done. So let's finish our chest piece then. We don't want her stunned that often, because if we stun her too often, like this is kind of ruining the DPS phase. She goes like into her weird other mode when you do that. And not. See, like, I don't understand Endaria at this point anymore. What aspect gives you the blue shield? That's my skeletons. So here, the mages, they give me a barrier. But it's only Shadow Mage's Bolt grant you Shadow Mage barrier for 3 point of your maximum life. So that's only up to 37% though, which is not a lot. Helmet? Helmet? Greater affix? No? Come on, I'm not asking for much, chat. I'm just asking for a greater affix helmet. Right? I'm not asking for the impossible here. Still gotta decide if we want to have the red... What was it called again? Do we want to play the new helmet? Definitely gonna go for Belial in a bit to get myself a different red blessing. Is that... Oh, I lost my mages. Since when did I lose my mages? Losing my mages really reduced my damage because then we're stacking up less souls. See, like you're trying to get this 20 souls stacked every single time, right? 577 billion, ladies and gentlemen. At least we managed to... Oh, goodness Christ. I want to say we get her back without dying. And we just want to kill her one more time to get ourselves the Godslayer crown, hopefully. Then we're going to have to go over to Belial. And how many... I have... Oh, I only have one? Ugh. That's scam. Last time I killed... what is he called again? Last time I killed our good friend... We had, we got 4 husks out of it. That's crazy, right? 4 husks. Oh, really? She did this phase now 1 time? Oh, goodness. I think it makes sense, chat, when it happens, when it doesn't happen. Because for me, it doesn't make sense. And we get her stunned. Then we're going to skip the phase. Kill her. Thank you. Kill her. Oh, my lord. She died with 1 HP. The highest we've done is 670 billion right now. Okay, let's fix our resties first, then come back. So we just don't have this. Give me a moment to chat. Let's craft the chest piece, okay? I promised better crafting, so we'll do better crafting. We're gonna destroy everything because we don't need a single of these items. Then we're gonna go for chesticles now, okay? Chesticles. Oops. Why am I going here? Promising 2 blue ones. I like to see it. For yellow crafting bases. The essence regeneration needs to go, and the impairment reduction. So this one is almost perfect. This has everything, right? I mean, a greater affix to armor would be better than max life, and greater values would also be good. Physical resistance is fine. Can has everything base already. This has bone prison. This has intelligence, not bad. And if we're going with crafting bases, that one would win. So we could remove the... Skill and core stats counts for intelligence. Resource counts for the essence generation. Essence regeneration gone. Then put another defensive one on. Resistance to all elements. Fuck yeah. And we can reroll the impairment reduction into maximum life. Ta-da. That's a better chess piece, I'd say, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, let's actually keep the... Let's keep this one. And let's keep that one as possible candidates for Mastercraft. And we temper this probably with more armor, because we want our armor to be absolutely maxed out, right? My armor is sitting at 2,500 greater affix right away. I mean, alone this one is a huge armor gain. Yeah, I like this. So we're going from 26 up to 22. Are you sure that the armor that gives me this much armor? Oh, because we're losing the Juggernaut aspect. Yeah. We're losing the Juggernaut. That's true. Juggernaut for right now, but we actually don't want the Juggernaut because this would give us more armor, but we want to have strength, heavenly strength, because heavenly strength is 40% damage reduction, so that actually works better. So we have the same amount of armor, but we have this one, and our resistances are now sitting at 75% fire. We might actually replace one of these for Skull, I think. For now. Would dodge be defensive? You can technically find out what status what if you go into this window here and you're checking. So these are the offensive ones, right? These are the defensive ones, and dodge chance is defensive. However, some of these don't actually... They are lying to you. Okay? Some of them are lying to you. Which is the problem. Okay, we need better boots as well. So let's craft a good pair of boots. I've been struggling to do that as of late. Let's hope we can get a good base here too. I mean, I was really lucky with these bases there. Let's see what we got. We got a yellow one. Impairment reduction. We had a yellow one. Blue one with maximum life and evade charge. I could remove the evade charge. Evade charge. Life on kill. Evade charges. None of these is nice, so we're gonna remove the... Do I not have one for the movement? I don't have one for movement, right? I have to get it from the other from the other account. We're not suck at the chest. Oh, we'll still suck at it. Don't worry. How do you have so many stacks of overpower? Lucky a chance. So I create blood orbs with my variety skills, which actually does create overpower, right? And I'm just lucky a chance create them. You did it was to the left, so you're saying I'm blind, Lucid. You want to fight? I mean, you're right, but still, you want to fight? Are we stuck? The blue one. Oh, that was the movement speed one. I'm definitely blind. Remove affix. And then add affix, and we're going to do... I mean, I could add a resistance affix, but defensive ones... Let's see what we're getting. We're getting life regen. That's terrible. We're getting dodge chance, and we're getting shadow resistance. Focus reroll, a defensive one. That's armor. Should I reroll the resistance one into all resistance? Quote resistance. Fire. I shouldn't waste these, but physical. Yeah, let's go with this. Okay. And then we reroll the dodge chance into... anything that's not the dodge chance. Preferable maximum life, but preferable intelligence here. That's already better than what we had before. But what do we temper on it, though? Utility gave us crowd, fortify, barrier. Actually, barrier generation would work in this case. Why would barrier generation work? Because barrier generation is multiplying up every barrier generation that you get. So if you get now 37% barrier from an item, right? If you then have barrier generation, that will make that 37% barrier be more percent barrier. Okay? It's kind of like how it works. Just as a general heads up. And suddenly we're sitting at more armor than we've ever had before. This is food. And we're sitting at good armor values. Nice. We get good physical resistance and we get good overall resistances. And the best part, ladies and gentlemen, is that we haven't even cared about locking all of these out of the park, right? So I could technically reduce my damage output here by somewhat because my damage output is pretty amazing. And we could actually make sure that we take like all these armor nodes that we are slowly getting into the direction of having all the resistance that we should be having. Now we need to finish these war plans because we're running out of resources. So let's do a Torment 11 Lord Zur. Andre, thank you for joining as a member. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Knights of the Round Stable. Good to see you there, my friend. Ah, resistance can't roll into all resistance. Interesting. I mean, that's good to know. Fast in crafting. Well, I'm just willing to make mistakes, sir. What can I say? And I'm not scared to click wrong. $537 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Just waiting for those trillion hits. When we gotta improve our baseline even further, that we're able to just do this faster, right? We're still gonna loot Lord Zur. Would be a mistake to not do it. And there's always a chance I'm getting an even better item than we have already, right? Okay, Lord Zur down. Now we're going for Harbinger. Ooh, Harbinger. Harbinger could be annoying in Torment 11. I mean, we have the damage. That's unquestionable, right? So as you can see here right now, when I do my thingy, I have a lucky hit chance to get me overpower. So my lucky hit chance is just stacking up, and boom, there we are. 12 overpower stacks. And that's just with a high lucky hit chance that Army of the Dead itself has. Right? Because I have lucky hit with the curses. So both of my curses, they have a chance to just lucky hit me up. I don't have time to play. I stumbled on this guy on YouTube, started a Necro yesterday, and he's hitting billings himself around 22:30. Jays, this took me 6 hours to get to this point. You can do it too. You're a smart gentleman. You can figure it out. It's all about knowing how all the multipliers work into each other. 459, let's go. I feel like my baseline is increasing like rapidly. Oh, come on now. That's bullshit that we lost that one. We damaged him so quick. Should have never come to this point where we have him like even come close to us. Oh, bullshit. We killed him so fast, like he should have died. Let's hit all these to like stack up our overpower already early. Have them come. Doing reasonable damage. But he does it again. I don't like it when he does it. Can we ignore the wolves in the middle when we're over here? I missed. I'm sorry. Wait, him jump falling on me does damage to me? Really? Oh shit. Stupid Harbinger. You know, one thing we forgot, I think we, again, don't have the... No, we have the lucky chance to restore resource. We need to roll that one higher. Okay, what are we getting here? Ring Ancestral? Oh, the Pact of Bones that we don't need. At least we get Belial. I mean, Torment 11 Belial should give us more than one Betrayer's Husk, right? Scam if he only gives us one Betrayer's Husk. Die! Do you see all these souls coming out? It's kind of like a fun picture, right? Okay. Yeah, give me 4 Betrayer's Husk, or we're throwing hands, brother. 2. Nah. Can't be having that. Not negotiable. When we get the Gloom Ward, finally, so people have been asking me, can you do something with the Gloom Ward? We'll keep it, but I don't plan to actually do something with it. That is terrible. And the rest of the stuff is also terrible. The Soul Machine Gun looks sick. It is sick. And you can increase the damage even further, because you know what you could get? You could take your amulet, this one, and you could transfigure it. Which one would you be aiming for? There's the Vampiric Touch thingy. And you know what it says? You have a chance to curse target and Vampiric Souls deal 60% increased damage. So if you do actually get a Curse Touch on an item somehow, you could increase the damage of your souls even further. Okay, let's do a Pit 100 because people are asking for it. The sword we're using is Zangivar, Blade of Zur. And we finally have it in Greater Affixed. You need the Zangivar because Zangivar turns, like, gives you 1000% bonus damage on your Army of the Dead. Good, right? 1000%, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I meant with pulling enemies together. Now, I'm not entirely sure if the Cry Rune would work better in this regard because it would, like, keep pulling enemies in together, right? But you really want them all gathered, like, on one single spot as fast and as soon as possible. Because your souls, so the actual, like, explodey souls you have, you think they have, like, a big fat-ass explodey radius, right? But they don't actually have a big fat explodey radius. They're more like single damage souls. So you're pretty much forced to clump them all up as soon as possible, as quick as possible. Oh, I don't have my mages. What happened to them? To start putting some more defense on them or what? Because we, like, can't have our minions dying. So if the minions die, that reduces the overall damage we're dealing. So we can't have that. That made me think about using the Cry for real. Because right now you just want to pull them around, and I think the Cry pulls them around even if they're unstoppable. So they're getting like whisked from left to right side. That. Into that. Big numbers, we're not done. I mean, we're only happy when the souls start hitting for trillions, because that's where it gets really interesting. The biggest problem you have with the build is you're kind of like, I mean, you hit a lot, right? The souls are coming out a lot, but you're limited in how many attacks you can do per second. So, for example, other builds, obviously, on the Necro, for example, they're all down to just hit as much as possible per second, right? But we're not hitting as much as possible per second. We're just hitting as fast as we can because we can't hit faster. But we'll make every hit count. But I'm happy we went for the defenses, actually, because this made me, like, actually survive things instead of getting my booty handed to me over and over again. This is a weird... Keep losing my Heart of Stone. I've never actually paid attention to what makes you lose your Heart of Stone. Did any one of you ever? I just know you lose it in between, but I actually never read through it. You have a huge lags in the DLC city. Nope. And the questline bug. Nope. That not too. Everything working rather good. Okay, my minions keep dying. I think I'll have to shift skill points around. I assume the more skill points you have in the respective minion skill, the sturdier they are. When I put some skill points in Golem because I thought that might be opportune, but honestly, like, doesn't seem to be the way here. Rather put them in the mages because you want the mages to be permanently up, right? There should never be like a circumstance where they actually keel over. So that's just annoying. Frank, usually lags can be fixed by turning down shadows and textures. Textures is one of the biggest loading budgets. If you actually don't have 64 gigabytes of RAM, you don't even want to play your shadows on medium. You kind of want to play them on the lowest possible, because the way how Diablo does things, it kind of turns like this memory leak that you have in the game is mostly caused by just the textures and the shades. It's a bit weird, but it's like something that has been identified quite a while ago. Okay, 224 billion, 410 billion, and see, like, the boss just keels over. Chat, the boss destruction is real. Dominate. To dominate as high up as possible because that is my biggest source of damage, pretty much, right? But damn you, how fast could we level up our glyphs, right? When you get damaged severely, I really haven't been paying attention enough, huh? Okay, Helltide. We got the maggots and pangs of Durates explode when killed and will often drop boss trophies, which is fire. Then for the bosses, we were playing the... Wait, when did this turn off? Oh, didn't turn off. Wrong character. I was confused. Doomsayers, yes, and the pit get us the damn thieves. So I wanted to try them out. Gotta go to Helltide. I like that Helltide. What class for beginners? The Warlock is not unbeginner friendly. I usually recommend the Necro, but Necro got a bit more complicated. But still, I recommend the Necromancer. Necro's king, honestly. Necro's great. Necro has a really, really easy time scaling damage. But I'm also just a lover of the Necro. What could I say? I wonder if they could introduce a temper for skeleton explosion size. Right? Okay, so we're going to pull the points here out of the golem, right? And we're going to put them here into the mages. Because the mages are just hopefully getting also a bit more sturdy from this. Because that would help tremendously in terms of what we're doing here. So we don't want the mages to die. So mages, by the way, also give us bonus crit chat. They give us ferocity, resolve, overpower. Because we have on top of the overpower, we also have ferocity stacks for more attack speed at any given point, right? We have the resolve stacks, 8 of them, to get more tanky. Because armor is increased by 25 while active. So that has my armor up to 31,000. So you're looking at really good values here. Spinny wheel. Oh, almost died there. Jesus. Gotta step out of the fire before I get burned. Just have the rogue like keep circling. You're doing great, Mr. Rogue Man. Just keep doing what you're doing there. You're fantastic. The thing about buying the expansion for Warlock, honestly, Warlock is worth it. I would definitely say he is a great thing to spend your money on. He feels fun to play. He has quite the varied play styles. I mean, some of these stronger builds are from Warlock as well. It's not that Warlock is omnipotent, right? It's just that he feels new and fresh. Do you know an effective lore to get Banished Lord's Talisman? I don't even know where it drops. Okay, I wish I could tell you how to get Banished Lord's Talisman. I don't know which boss drops it right now because, again, the boss drops got changed and Blizzard never told us where they went to. The problem is that I got my charm. I got a unique charm for Banished Lord's Talisman, and I've actually never seen the Banished Lord's Talisman. Okay? Yeah, I know, crazy, right? But I have never seen the Banished Lord itself. I just picked up the charm and that's it. Happy times. Okay, my mages keep dying, but how do I make my mages defensier? I mean, technically, I could make my mages defensier by... Yeah, there's no update for the Banished Lords, by the way. But technically, I could make them defensier. More damage reduction. Doesn't drop Duriel Banished Lords? He used to. Lady just keeled over. He was just look there quickly. It's like, nope. This show ever. Okay. We need to... Has any one of you actually been farming the bigger chests regularly? Because I gotta admit, I have stopped going for the greater chests of mysteries, right? I'm just opening the tiny ones so we can go on. It went from trying to spend a lot of time in an activity to let's spend as few time in the activity as possible so we can do the next one and the next one. It's not worth it, right? You're almost hitting 1 billion damage. No, sir. We're hitting for almost 1 trillion. We're very close. Go with the 66 one. I don't want to spend that much time in the hell time. In the time that it takes to get the 66 one, I have done like 3 other activities. And those 3 other activities have pushed my war plan further forward. Especially since we can chain hell tides, right? So you're not forced to quit after 1 hell tide. You do 1 hell tide and then the next and the next and the next and the next. Oh, I like hell tides too, my friend. I just need Forgotten Souls right now, and the easiest way to get Forgotten Souls is to finish my push through as fast as possible. Actually, nah, this one can also go away. Off to the Undercity. So, by the way, for the Undercity, guys, the only tribute that you need to keep is the one for Legendary Armaments, okay? The other ones don't really matter. Legendary Armaments is king. Rackeneth Awake. Resistance to elements, huh? One charm slot. Finally a Necromancer one, I guess. But it's still Redimant's Desecration. Still, it's the first one I've seen that's a Necromancer one. Okay, Lesser Tribute of Harmony. That was Lesser Runes. We don't need Lesser Runes. Lesser Harder Cube Materials. Masterworking. No, we need none of this. You use Bone Mages? No, we're not using Bone Mages. We have Barrier Mages. Your Necro's awesome. Thank you, sir. Hey, by the way, chat, I did a Mythic tribute this morning, and I almost fumbled it, but I luckily got one of these bosses here, and he gave me 90 bonus seconds. It was crazy. See, like, how much time he gives you bonus. I was at 3 seconds left, and then I killed him, and that was with a Mythic tribute, right? I was so close of mayorally ruining my YouTube video of the morning. I would have probably been very, very unhappy for the rest of the day. Because I didn't have a second one lying around. Only had one. Nostareth, is Companion Druid actual Companion Druid, or is it Raven Spam Druid? Because if it's just Companion Druid, then I'm so sad. But if you're telling me, Pony, you can spam Ravens again, and I'm like, what? Don't lie to me. Oh, you're in this corner. Hmm? I have 4 werewolves, few bears, crows, of course, and a wine, and a passive damage, and only 2 sets at the moment. Okay, but can you spam ravens? What are they there? Can you spam the skill? Can you go like pew, pew, ravens, pew, 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 ravens, pew, 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 pew. You know? One week is the typical for D4, and that's just boring at the moment. Yeah, but 1 week is the typical for any ARPG. I mean, if you are just interested in finishing certain goals, you're always going to be done after a week. The question is how much do you want to have fun, do different classes and that kind of stuff. The game won't ever give you more than you're willing to experiment with it. Oh, James, we have done 600 billion already, but that's against bosses, because against bosses my damage can stack more. Normal enemies die before my damage stacks, pretty much. I know. How sad. The enemies die before my damage can stack. Shame. Oh, I didn't want to teleport. How good is the aspect of hardened bones nowadays? Hardened. Damage reduction when you take, you have chance for form a core. Ah, interesting. Okay, salvage, but not good salvage. Experience, but not good experience. I mean, like yellow experience, but I don't want experience. Salvage. Maybe too many Infernal Hordes for my liking. XP, salvage, Nightmare Dungeon. XP. This would actually allow me to use my orbs to get here another, yeah. Would you say this is a good time to return to D4? The best time? I mean, D4 is the best version ever. Honestly. Hands down, D4 has never been in a better place. Now, you might not like it. That you always have the opportunity to say this is just not your cup of tea, right? But from overall what the game has to offer, all in all, round total, best spot it has ever been in. Some people would say that's not really hard, considering some of the other spots it has been in over the years. Are we good enough to instantly finish my... the thingy we came out here for? Oh, that's another one. Please invade me. Because look how many boss trophies they drop, chat. Look how many boss trophies they drop. Isn't that crazy? How many lyrics, dude? I'm just being showered in loot. Hashtag loot more, not less. So we're trying to get the 5 whispers here. Come on, get on my way. Oh god, invade me! Either you're never getting invaded, or it seems like you're getting invaded every step. Like I've seriously, I've not gotten invaded in such a long time now, and like just right now it's just one invasion after the other. What the hell? I mean, that also gave me everything I need for the chest of mysteries here. So done. Thank you. Delta plan, you mean what do we have in the skill tree? The skill tree went down mid. So you go for Pangs of Duriel, that when you get invaded, like the invades are just better. It works so damn well. I can highly recommend that. Just invasions into more invasions into more, and then you're just getting like these hellworms to give you XP and other stuff. So generally speaking, very, very fantastic outcome. How old is Ella at the moment? She's gonna turn 7 in 7 days. My friend. Time flies. Let me tell you that. Time flies. And I'm gonna turn 37 tomorrow. Time flies. No, I'm actually happy. I don't mind getting older. I swear. Swear. It's fine. My stash is almost full. That's sadness. I have to sell these. Interested in Paladin too? We haven't really messed with Paladin this season yet. Probably more later down the line. Just not too interested, if I'm honest with you. Okay. I'm gonna have to clear this up tonight somewhere. Pony no sleep tonight. Pony just clear inventory. Right? All about Max, it's been a while, right? And time flies. Mr. Toro, thank you for the 98 months of support. Toro, dankeschön. Appreciate it. Work. Oh, work is real, my friend. But I don't complain. I mean, it's better to have things to make stuff about, to make videos about, than to be like, I don't know what I'm gonna make a video about. I will just have to invent a topic. Why Diablo 4 players hate Lord of Hatred? No problem. That's the video topic. You know, it's better to have actual substance, not to have to be like pulling some weird ass shit together. Oh, Gregor, you just try to get out of it, huh? Ain't having that, brother, man. Do we need anything from him? How many keys do I have left? I have 26 keys. I guess let's open them. And with 26 keys, I can't really complain about anything, right? I just gotta go. Pain Gorgers, Death Grip, Pain Gorgers. I mean, a good Pain Gorgers for a build down the line? Probably not, right? Okay, what's next? Next is Helltide again. Jesus. See, that's what I said about like doing Helltides over and over and over and over again. That you can just jump in, jump in. More. And we're gonna wait for it to finish right now and to open up a new one. Is the game a lot more enjoyable with the update? I would say so, yes. Danke, Max. I wish you the best too, brother. Appreciate your words. When you have that many keys, I play a lot, and the seasonal rank does give you quite some keys. So when you reach here a certain point, you actually get showered with quite some keys here. I think this one, the Kill the Torment 12, gave me quite some lair keys. Surprisingly or not. It was like, oh, all these lair keys. Yeah, I was getting drowned in them. Did they get rid of the feature? No, some loot still goes to the stash, but it seems inconclusive when it actually happens, when it does happen. It can only happen to specific loot, very specific loot. Okay, we should have her killed with that one. Yeah, good. There's even more damage. Are there any negative things that jump at you so far? Storage. I mean, that we don't have dedicated storage spaces for anything, for runes, for materials, for whatsoever. Like, it's a joke that Diablo 2, yes, you heard right, Diablo 2 with the Warlock expansion got dedicated storage solutions, and we still don't have them. I mean, I'm sorry, but what is that? How does the older game now have, like, you know, storage bonus stuff, but we don't? I mean, it's just definitely not a mark in their favor that it's so difficult for them to make this happen. I believe there might be some problem with like how Diablo was made that prevents us from having this, but I don't care, to be honest, because I shouldn't have to care what the coding problem of Diablo is, why we can't get storage, right? I just want storage. I'm playing an ARPG and having to like put my items just randomly into boxes and then hope that I somehow can assign arbitrary symbols that hopefully or not hopefully depict what would be in that story. Like, sorry? Could we please just get something? I mean, it should certainly not be the problem that it is. I am very sorry, but it should just not be. Or summon her little flunkies. They should copy last epochs. I mean, I don't care if I have to pay for it. I don't care if you give me sash tabs I have to pay for. Just give us something. It should certainly not be that much of a problem. Get hit by a lot of damage, Mr. Belial. I wonder how hard a Torment 11 Belial would be at this point. Like an actual big Belial, right? Because he does have a significant amount of HP, right? But we're also only facing him, so that helps to actually give us more damage, because all my souls are going to hit him. And again, every soul that hits is 1% more damage, up to 300% more damage. So the more souls we make pummel into this guy, the better it is for us. And there he's gone. Bloodwave Necro is so much fun, just go zoom and boom. I've just played my share of Bloodwave Necro, so I'm personally not invested anymore. Okay, I think we got an ancestral version of the Godslayer crown, if I'm not mistaken. No? We got an ancestral version of a normal helm. Mm-hmm. All these are shitty outcomes, and I'm just here wanting to get something reasonable. One of these days, I really have to get a loot filter. It's nothing special. I just hide white and blue items, and that's it. And then I just recolor some. But it's really, it's nothing in any way special. Not even remotely. I think it's something cool, but it's just really not. Okay. Oh, really? The fire resistance? The maximum resource? It's fine. It's fine. It'll have to do for now. You think full minion build has potential? Absolutely full minion build has potential, sir. The multipliers you have are quite crazy. I personally just don't want to play full minions. Oh, if you forget to socket the chest. Thank you for reminding me, Chan. We also still haven't decided on which runes to play, which is even worse. So we get like cast ultimate skill into more crit chance. So our crit chance is at 36%. And with everything I have, I will just be at a 100% crit chance then. I guess that's what we're going to be aiming for, right? Ta-da. A big guy for this. We have a planner up. Yes. But we don't have a video yet. Are there best options to pick when ranking them up for war plants? No, for war plants, you just do what you do. I mean, optimally, you will want to have all the war plant activities leveled up. So the pit, you want to have the Tree of Whispers, Undersea. It doesn't matter. Each of them has something really great going on that you would want to have maxed out. There's not a single war plan where you're like, this one just sucks, right? I mean, I guess the Infernal Hordes is probably the most unimportant one. All the other ones are quite something that you would want to mess with. For example, even if you hate the Undercity, due to how the Undercity one works, you can get guaranteed mythics. Are golems any good? Well, you have to choose between having 3 golems or 1 golem that explode. They also changed how the blood golem works. So in order for the blood golem to do all his damage, he needs to suck life out of your minions. So you need to have a lot of minions to then suck life out of, which can be crazy bonus damage because it's kind of nifty. So here, the blood golem now says, commanding your blood golem also causes them to drain life from your minions for 5% more damage drained, up to 50% increased maximum life and damage. So you can't actually, like, you need to have 10 minions and then you need to drain 10 minions, right, to get the maximum damage. But that's a far shot from the 300% that we used to have. So I am not sure how useful it would personally be end of the day. Once you have that one cooking. I thought they were going to update the reliquary. Clicking and loading every individual item is so painful. Right click it. In the reliquary. I mean, it's still shit. But just as a heads up, right click it. So you go in here. Then you right click and claim with favorite tokens. Tiny bit faster. Well, I could.
It is done.
I didn't use the new unique helmet for minions because it's worse. It wouldn't be stronger than what we're doing right now with the Godslayer crown. I'm pretty sure. Also, it's really annoying to get because you need to beat Astaroth for it. Actually, not Astaroth, Bartek, right? What's the helmet called again, Chad? No. Which one dropped the helmet? I don't remember what the helmet was called again. The Sunmaker. Sunmaker? Sunmaker? Sun? No? What was the helmet called again? Name. What? I forget the name. We're getting old, chat. Oh no, we're getting old. Realm. The Undercrown, yeah. So the Undercrown gives us the more mages and the warriors. The problem is with more mages and warriors, okay? That is 4 each. I would get a grand total of 8 minions more, which is 16% more damage on my helmet. And I would lose the ability to pull enemies together. And that's why I just don't see where it would be good, right? However, it would give you more minions, which is an overall DPS increase. Realistically, it wouldn't do so much. I mean, I just don't see like the biggest gain we really get from it is for well, I guess we get more barrier because we have more mages that hit more, and then we get more barrier. So yeah, I mean, generally speaking, my warriors my mages deal like what 46 million damage per hit. My mages deal somewhat million per hit. You know what we should try to get? We should get charms with minion skills on it. To boost their DPS. I think that would be good. Can't use Cry to pull them. You can't trigger Cry as often as you can pull the others. So I'm personally not a big fan of Cry. But you know what? So let's assume we go for more minions and we get all the minion charms. We can check if that would lead to more DPS. Overall DPS. If you want to. If that is something where you're saying, Pony, that makes super sense, you should do this, then, well, let's fucking do it, okay? Let's fucking do it, chat. We don't have the dot mages, we have the barrier mages, sir. Because we need survival. You can't play the dots, in my opinion. You want the survival. Okay, so let's you say Duriel for the crown. Let's slay some Duriels then. But first we're making the charms, okay? I should have enough charm materials because I actually haven't bothered about re-rolling a lot of stuff as of late. Oh, Kicksard! Hello, Kicksard, the Helltide Assassin. How are you doing today? You want to get nuke-a-doodled? We can nuke-a-doodle you. So now we send a lot of souls to touch him. Do-do-do-do. Touch. And he's dead. I gotta say, seeing Horadric crafting materials pop out of enemies is my absolute favorite thing. Right? From all this stuff that could fall out of an opponent, if he has like Horadric crafting materials falling out of him, I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Every single time. Druids, minions count as companions? No, minions count as minions. I know the minions count as minions. Who would have guessed? Right? The countdown of Army of the Dead comes so fast due to set bonus? Yes, Iron. And 450% bonus damage. So we're getting a grand total of 1,000% bonus damage. Then we're getting 450% bonus damage. Then we're getting from our Paragon board roughly 300% bonus damage with the other stuff like another 400, 500. Then we get another 300% bonus damage and 2% bonus damage per minion that we have, which is currently 12. Okay, let's check for charms. That's say minion skills. Corpse skills. Good. Let's start re-rolling. I haven't actually bothered with re-rolling these at all. So we need... And you know what? 3, 2, 1. Let's do 3, 2, 1 first. I forgot that 3, 2, 1 can be whatever. Yeah. Re-roll. So we're trying to get here. This is core minion summon darkness. And this is minion corpse summon bone. So we need minion. When I assume that it can have the minion tag, corpse skills would actually work, at least on the warriors, on the mages, I mean. So worst case scenario, I guess we're gonna keep it as a corpse skill for now, right? First, minion skills. Thanks, Shun. The Linta. That's +3. And considering that it's 237, how much multiplier is 3 skill ranks? Let's see. This is 204 and this is 166. So 3 are giving us 228. So 24% and 185, 19%. That's pretty good. Corpse skills. In worst case scenario, we could take it. 12 bonus damage, yeah, considering that we can have 15 of those, it's quite something. Darkness skills would actually work. 3 to darkness skills and bonus kill experience. Jeez, I could probably, sell that to someone. And we rerolled it. And we rerolled it because it's not what I'm looking for. This is the biggest pain probably currently. Oh, another 3 to minion skills. Beru, Linta, Phoba, Beru. Let's go. This is the biggest pain in like Diablo 4, getting these +3 skill ranks. Especially like 4 skill ranks isn't even the best, right? That's a Beru, but we already had a Beru, right? Like +3 is not the best because it can be a greater affix to skill ranks as well. So imagine how much you have to reroll for that. Chad, think about it for a second. How much would you have to reroll for that? The fur. Being rather lucky right now, I gotta say. I mean that we have just wasted quotation mark this many resources. And we're actually having this good of an outcome. It took me way longer on our minion skills. Phoba. And now we're just missing the lore. Well, one of the other ones in better, so you never know. Lore with all stats and physical resistance. Let's take that. For now. Okay, so we went up to 292%. That's 92% damage more. Considering that the minions go up to 60 million damage, I guess 92% more is good. Good. Okay, let's break down the gear. And we're gonna go for drill, chat said. I've been trying to get regularly unique that would get more from the layer bosses like Godslayer Crown and the Crown of Lucian. They're not dropping for you. I mean, the Godslayer Crown only drops from Andario, and the Crown of Lucian always only drops from Bartuk, if I'm not mistaken. So you gotta go to the right bosses. If you're unsure where something drops from, here's an updated boss loot table from Max Roll. Apocalypse or Tying Grass for Warlock. Apocalypse is stronger in terms of more boom, but it's more boring. So you gotta choose your poison if you want to have more fun or more boom. If you're gonna say more boom is more fun, then you go with that, right? I prefer the Tying Grass 10 out of 10 times. Oh my god, like him and Torment, if we don't kill him before he goes underground, is going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. The damage is starting to stack now. We reached critical mass, chat. Critical mass has been reached. You gotta first hit him like with a couple, right? So we get this breaking point where then the further ones are just hitting for the trillions. Okay, new helmet, chest armor, focus. Didn't even see the helmet a single time. Great. Great, Chad. Didn't even see it a single time. But I got myself a mutilator plate. I mean, in the long run, I will want to play the blood thingy as well. I'm gonna have to keep this. There's no underground anymore. No, that's not true. I've had Duriel go underground. If you take long enough, he still does it. Trust me, it happened. Hey, where are you running? Why are you running? We will have to try to kill Mephisto with this one as well today, ladies and gentlemen. Because we won't rest until Mephisto has fallen another time. New helmet in Ancestral. Unmaker with 2. I mean, unless this one is full, I don't want it. Correct? This one is 3. Nah. I don't even want it like in maybe, right? Unless it's full, you can eat my ass. Playing around. Is it worth 50 pounds? Yes. The expansion is worth every cent right now. I mean, obviously, you gotta consider what 50 pounds is worth for you, sir, right? For some, it's their food budget. Others, it's their play money. You're definitely getting your money's worth, I'd say, from this update. And you're definitely going to suffer playing Diablo without it. That's a certainty. It's not a maybe. Come on, give me the big ones. No, last round, we just see now he goes underground. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. So just to show you, he was refusing to take the Barbarians. There we have it. We're getting fast through this phase, so it's not a problem. just to show you. Now he keeled over. Great. It's quite painful playing without the experience, with the expansion. Yeah, I feel that. Okay, chest armor, helm. 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 That's with 4 at least. That's with 3, and that's with 2. This one does give me also Skeletal Warriors bonus. So we now get 4 more. Which brings us up to 9 and more. I still think I'm... 1.7 trillion I saw. Did you know? It could definitely stack up to that point. Oh, what are we getting there? Lo and behold. Oh, that is... As the aspect. We don't actually want this amulet. I just want the aspect of the amulet because that was my Hellband commander and upgraded. Now we can go Hellband over here. Okay, let's see how this one would feel. I gotta play the Cry rune now. Because else I don't pull things together. Sea Gardener, Prit, Quatep, Sick. Where's Cry? Did I take Cry? See? Cry. Taking it. Okay, cast ultimate skills for Cry, because we do a lot. Let's do the Pit 100 and see. How important are mercs? I would prefer to see monsters on map. The merc right here is giving you 15% elemental resistance. And without Rahir, you're actually going to be struggling to reach meaningful of elemental resistance every now and then. Or to reach that like final stretch to actually become like actually tanky. So we have tried it now multiple times, and it always comes down to, at the end, you want Rahir. Especially because Rahir also gives you a damage scaler with his Bastion skill that makes the enemy take 20% more damage and you deal 25% more damage. Which is actually a huge bonus to have that going on, right? When he's getting hurt. Losing his stomach because of that way too often. See, now I'm missing the pulling together. I know I could do it with a Cry, but it just doesn't feel like the same actually doing it. Right? See, I can do this. And I guess I do have my corpse tendies, so shouldn't be too harsh about it. Doesn't feel now super terrible per se, but we definitely do need the Cry on top of the tendies. So I either have that or the tendies, right? But one of the two I'll need. I'm not gonna get killed by these lightning dudes. My warlock consistently dies to these lightning dudes because you obviously don't see them. I mean, whoever thought that this is like an appropriate thing to do, by the way, right? These red lightning lunatics that pop out of dudes. Whoever thought this is it. This is an on-death effect that we need in this game. I don't think the person comprehends how absolutely annoying this is. Especially with the visual clarity that Diablo has, which is obviously non-existent. So I do personally believe the pulling together is probably better. because I can just concentrate my damage more, and that's very important. Also, the pulling together actually is a defense mechanism in itself, as it pulls like enemies back and forth and around. Now, it is nice to have the amount of minions, though, because it just stacks the 20 souls faster. I gotta see how this is now in a boss fight. Right, how the stacking feels there. Because that is actually a mattering thingy, if you now get this stacked a lot or not. The Viserai constructs do be mean to me, chat. It works. What's wrong with the death charging like that? Charm. Fancy pantsy Mr. Charm Doodle Dandy Andy. Our 20 just goes up really quick. That definitely works in my favor. I forget they do this. It's like forward pooping. Okay, I think we can stack up to the trillions already, chat, but we're not happy because we're not doing them native more often. Here's the boss. Hit him hard. 1-2-1. Hit him harder. 3-3-3. And by the way, you gotta consider that you don't see all the other billions. So we are already doing trillions of damage. It's just like when I unleash one of my souls, right? It's pretty much like one of these souls is every soul. It's 20 souls. Every soul does like 100 to 200 billion damage. So that's where a lot of the damage just comes. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 3, 3. Easiest way to level a new character. War plans. And 3. What instead of 15 in the skills, they added tiers every 5 points to unlock perks for each skill, like more projectiles each tier. Honestly, I feel like the 15 skills is very boring. So with their skill tree expansion, they made it easy for themselves. Yes, we have these choices, and these choices are cool. And yes, we have these specializations. But then dropping the last 15 points just in the skill is kind of like blog. So they started, they had like your really great start. This really made sense what they did. And then they blocked, right? They kind of copped out on making it like the meaningful change it could have actually been. It's fine, right? It's okay. It's functional. We're not mad. We're not mad. It's okay. We're not going to cry, right? We're not going to throw hands. But it's just like, if you look at it, it could have been so much more again. But they're getting there, right? They're learning, they're improving. We can't be too mad. We have to at least accept that they're putting in the efforts. Let's see, what do we have here? So not a single one with, actually one with +1 charm slot is the one I marked. We like the changes too. It's just, again, the possibilities. Okay, we wanted to try to kill a Belial. If they had 2 more forks for each skill, exactly. So I choose to go for... This is what I would have personally wished for, right? I go for mages. I go for more mages, and then I get another 2 choices. I go for exploding skeletons, and then I can choose the skeletons to explode in a fire explosion or into a darkness explosion. I go for the more damage with the Army of the Dead, and then I go for spawn 2 skeletons instead of 1 skeleton on the spawn. Anything in that direction, right? So there's definitely something that could have been done. Okay, Torment 11, Belial, ladies and gentlemen. So the idea was, let's see how fast my 20 souls stack up now with these dudes out. Plenty quick. 556. Don't give me a big outlier number. 778. I'm not sure if there was a trillion in between, Chad. But there was a lot of damage. Okay, we have to go for Astaroth. Because we're trying to get our amulet in fully maxed out. And that's not even remotely an amulet. Shit. That was the Crown of Lucian. Ah, that's Bloodman Breaches, though. I mean, we're currently playing a non-greater affix Bloodman Breaches. Damn, this one has intelligence and everything. Need this thing in max roll with, like, really good stats on it. Let's do one more. Survival tips for Necro. So you just need defense. You just, like, it sounds stupid, but you don't take any other stat but defense on your items. So it's like armor, max life, resistance, and physical resistance. Right? Like, as you can see here. I wouldn't even go for the intelligence main stat. I think that's actually bad that I have the intelligence main stat on it, right? Because that's not as useful as having, like, any kind of resistance or armor going on. Dude, this time he dropped so quick. 578 billion, 620 billion. I mean, you notice we're doing trillions, right? But still wondering. Helm? No, I need an amulet. Damn. Well, that was bad. That went bad, shot. At least we get this one, but it's also a low roll. Let's get the pants. Max life, resistance. Only 2% less damage, but it has resistance to all elements. It's technically better. Robbery, Chad. I wonder if they should have made sets 3 max pieces, not 5. 4. I would have preferred 4 over 5. Because that would allow a bit more playing around with the things. Then again, I'm not sure if that would have made us too powerful, right? You got to consider maybe that would also just make us then hit too hard, right? Things are spiraling a little bit out of control under these circumstances. Commodore Temple. All are terrible. I mean, Forsaken Quarry is kind of like fine, I guess. Did he just open that? Did he not open that? Forsaken Quarry. There it is. What amulet are you using? Red Blessing. That gives me more damage per overpower. Prozac. And I stack up 12 overpower stacks. Red Blessing is 10% more damage per overpower stack, so it's a 120% damage multiplier. And then the 12 overpower stacks themselves are giving us additive bonus damage as well. So there's also like damage increase by 192% per stack because we have a lot of, you know, damage with overpower stacks. So that's kind of nasty, isn't it? See, now they're not all being pulled together, and before they're all continuously being pulled together by the Godslayer crown. I really miss it. cry is just not the same. What difficulty should I play the campaign? Normal. You play the campaign on normal difficulty and you actually never swap over to expert apart from for finishing the capstone dungeons. The only reason to change difficulty is for capstone dungeons. Otherwise, you never have to go to a higher difficulty. I leveled the character in 3 hours yesterday. 3 hours, okay. On normal difficulty, all the way through. What is it? Really simple, really obol. Shit, I gotta go back to check these chests. So this is an obol reserve. I love obol gambling. Yeah. Sorry, chat. I had to go back for the obol reserve. What would you personally suggest I go from there? Dwarg, I would currently keep playing that Rampage build that you have and slowly start putting the pieces together for the Tyranny's Grasp and then go for Tyranny's Grasp. You could also think about the Big Black Demon, but we will actually improve also the build guide, the Rampage build. I'm planning to make like a version 2.0 of that one because I have a few interesting plans on how to like take it to the next level essentially. But I gotta experiment a bit around with things first. To like find time to do that, right? Prefer hard difficulties more entertaining. I mean, I can't argue with that. So if you find that more entertaining, then you know that's for you to decide. So any good build guide for this build? We have the mobilities here for you, but again, keep in mind that that is just the mere basic explanation without. I just got a melted heart of Selig. Huh. Oh, interesting. This is just like without any explanations and things. Interesting. Good old melted heart of Selig. Cooldown reduction. No. 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 Who did we just kill for this, by the way? What is the difference between season and eternal this season? Seasonal rank. Xenon. The seasonal rank that gives you tons of rewards and makes everything better. Taken apart. Left it down. I mean, you won the seasonal rank. Badly. Shoo. We go back to the pit. Another pit 100, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we could go deeper, but I just, again, don't see the reason. That's what you get for farming Torment 11. Ha! You fool, Katie, right? Should we already try to kill Uber Mephisto, by the way, chat? Or do you want us to gain a bit more power to make it even more interesting that we just have, like, a complete destruction happening? I mean, from our damage profile, I know we can kill him already, damage-wise. We just gotta look out that we don't die. But the good thing is that we can stand on maximum distance to him and do still maximum damage, so that's nice. I'm just not sure how much my minions are going to die versus him, because he does a lot of these environmental one-shot shenanigans. And I wonder if that's not going to kill my Jeremiahs, Francis, and Davies into pieces, left, right, and center. They're not being pulled together unless I use my ulti twice. Then we finally got them together. I miss my Godslayer crown. Probably gonna whine about it so long until I just swap over to it again. Never played an ARPG before. Don't start, sir! ARPGs are terrible games. I want your soul. I want you to keep playing and then playing and then playing and then playing and then they give you a 2% power increase. And you're gonna say thank you. Don't start. %. Where do I sell my soul, right? Oh, look, the orb thief. Like, so the problem is that you have to approach him and walk into his traps. Unless you don't actually have to approach him and walk into his traps. Because, let me check my notes, we don't. Now, our pit 100 clearing has become slower since we are using the helmet. Because we are having to pull them handishly together. AQ, good to see their partner. What are you playing? I've seen you in character select. But a runes drop, I never get any. Do you have the expansion? Because if you don't have the expansion, then you don't get any. Do you maybe have a loot filter that excludes the runes because they kind of drop everywhere? So if you're not getting any runes, I'm worried for your safety. That you broke something. I mean, there's a tribute for runes for the Undercity. It's the easiest way to get runes, and there's actually quite some dropping, especially if you have the Portal Pranksters bonus, and you're going to be dropping like mad. See, that the advantage of the Godslayer crown is too, Chad, okay? That the Godslayer crown pulls together at the position of where the Godslayer crown stuns, right? So right now, for the Cry rune, I pull together where I am, right? If I am here, I pull together. But that's problematic because I don't want to pull me together, right? So, but with the Godslayer crown, you're pulling together on the... Okay, these snakes are doing so much lightning damage that they just kill everything instantly. That's ridiculous. How much damage that is dealing elemental-wise. Just once again proving that lightning damage is completely overtuned. A crown saves junior minions? No, that crown makes it, like, just harder to exist. I mean, without the crown, we have not died a single time. With the crown, we've died now multiple times. Without the crown, we haven't died. My crown might be better for boss fighting, though, because, simple matter of fact, it gives us, gives the more minions there, and I don't require the bonus pulling together in a boss fight. But I just can't really see it better for pit pushing or any other activity, to be honest. Really hating lightning damage this season. You're not hating it enough. Sir, you don't hate it enough. Because honestly, lightning damage is horrible. Since they decided that lightning damage should, for some reason, do the same damage over time as poison. I just, like, lightning damage just makes no sense. There was a season, I think it was like season 8 or so, where lightning damage just completely stopped making any sense. It just suddenly started being, like, the weirdest thing on the planet, and you just ask yourself, what's life even at this point? One, two. Look at the upgrades. It's superb. Best way to get the Nagu rune. It's a yellow rune, so you just take the yellow tribute and it should give you a Nagu rune. And if you're not getting one, I'd be merely surprised. Okay. Nice. Wait, oh shit, I just got 666 obols that I couldn't get. Ah, the pain. The pain! Okay, what are we gambling, Chad? I wanted to gamble... I need to gamble a good crafting base for a ring. And I need to gamble a good crafting base for an amulet. Life on kill. Physical damage multiplier, I can work with that. We just have to remove the resistance, but that's actually really easy. Oh, nice. Nice, Chad. Killer crafting base. Probably one of the best ones out there. I'm currently gathering these crafting bases for a video because I wanted to make a video where I craft a perfect item of each category, right? So that's a little bit the plan. So we have here one for armor. We have here one for the pants already. And I just want to craft like very, very good items for you. Boots. These boots are not bad. Also decent crafting base. I like that we have to think in crafting bases now. It did actually annoy me in Path of Exile, but that has a lot to do with the breadth and scope of the loot that you get in Path of Exile. Right now here, I'm more than fine with it. Gems, gems, gems. Wow, that's a good outcome, including large seals and charms and keys. Keys can be like really good. Oh, salvage, salvage. Yes, 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 yes. Look at this. Salvage galore. So one thing I want to check now is... I don't have one key with me, but I just want to see it. Torment 10. The key's on the other character. I just want to see the damage that we're dealing versus him. Have you found Echoing Hatred yet? Nope.
You all started here, born of light and of hatred. And to hatred you shall return.
Yeah. Come. No. Oh, he doesn't want to fight this character. Well, it's unlucky because you can't leave. I've heard of this bug. But the problem is I cannot teleport out and I cannot leave the dungeon, so... What's up, my man? We have to exit the game. Can I link you a weapon? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Also, we crafted a weapon, AQ, just so you know. We made one, and it did work better than Grandfather. So I also crafted a weapon. Just send it out. Just send it over as soon as I'm back in. Send it over. Cremators. So two things. Two things. I would want to have critical weapon damage, greater affix. And optimally, you want to have critical strike damage multiplier and vulnerable multiplier mix. So you want to have something in this direction. Here. Look at the gloves. Vulnerable, crit, and physical because they multiply with each other. They're really good. My weapon, I think, do I have it here? Not sure if it's in my inventory on my character. It might be in my inventory. Yeah, it's probably in my inventory, but yeah, this is like kind of what you're looking for optimally. But I would always like, if I don't like here, look for a greater affix to weapon damage, because getting the greater affix to weapon damage, I think is absolute chef's kiss personally. Okay, let me reset dungeons and then try to get Mephisto to fight again. Does he not fight you if you don't have the Crooks of the False Prophet? That's a good question. Okay, by the way, let's compare now. So we just did a run without the Godslayer crown, okay? This is a run without the Godslayer crown. Now we're going to do a run with the Godslayer crown just to put them like side by side to feel like how do they do? How does it vibe? How does it jive? Okay. So that's losing us some undead. We said it before. Yep, AQ would definitely work before Grandfather. That's for sure. Yes. Okay, so same pit 100, but now with the pulling together again. Right? And as you can see, like, they get pulled together even without me being, like, in direct contact with them. And then they get pulled together and I can just move out of the way. Where with the Cry Rune, I just continuously have to work in that way. By the way, we still do have the Cry Rune equipped now. So we have both. We have the pull together from the Godslayer crown and the Cry. One rune we need is Tab. Tab would give us bonus skill ranks, and that would be an insane damage scaler. Because you could overload Tab. How are you doing? I am doing very well, my friend. I hope you're doing very well too. But we have a very stressful week ahead. So we get my birthday tomorrow. We get like my daughter needs to go to the what's the English word? So some school preparation examination thingy. Wow. Yeah, German. Every kid has to do it like before they go to school because they're kind of like checking, is the child healthy? Is it being abused at home? You know how it is. Like standard. Are they mentally handicapped or not, right? Does she need some support? Like that. And then we get the birthday of the other daughter, and we still need to prepare a... What do you call these hunts where you scavenger hunt? Yes. Thank you, brain. We need to prepare a scavenger hunt. A dragon-themed scavenger hunt. So I gotta do, hey, ChatGPT, can you do me a dragon-themed scavenger hunt? And then I'm gonna go to Gemini, and I'm gonna be like, hey, Gemini, can you make me posters for the dragon-themed scavenger hunt? Oh, by the way, put my daughter with her blonde hair on top of a dragon and let her ride it. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we still have to do. Gonna be a very busy week, and meanwhile I still have to, you know, play computer games for a living. What a shame. So should we build after this round? Lethal, there is a planner in the description of the YouTube video, but it's just the planner without the explanations. It might give you an inkling to what you need to make this work, but not why you need to make it work. Right, a feeling without all the info. See, like this, you notice how much faster this already is? It might just be the different enemy types, but it's just more convenient, right? I can just chill more with the Godslayer crown, and I think you noticed that. So yes, it's convenient to have the bonus minions, but the Godslayer crown functions like as a bonus crowd control, especially because it's like yanking enemies from left to right, and when enemies get yanked, they can't act. Yeah, it looks far easier for me, right? I don't have to give like a flying fart. I'm just zooming, right? And the Godslayer does what it does, without me like being exposed to death left, right, and center. And considering that Necromancer is anyways sometimes squishy from a feeling perspective, I guess it's a good thing. Now, obviously, if we play the Godslayer crown, we might have to consider starting to play Corpse Explosion instead of Corpse Tendrils. Because we have no reason to play Corpse Tendrils. I mean, I only played for the 5% more crit, but Corpse Explosion might actually be better to spam in between so that we just get the 20 stacks faster and I can unleash more souls, especially in a boss fight that might actually be more opportune, right? So this was 4 minutes instead of 6 minutes. Like, that's an improvement by loads, Chad. Loads. getting time from your wife to play with LLMs and engineer stream. Quote, I mean, we could also think about a scavenger hunt ourselves, which you'll have to do anyways, end of the day, right? But you can definitely get your help from the GPTs in the world, right? Would be stupid to not do this. Especially Gemini should be working for this really well, because Gemini can create very good functional pictures, and it's way cheaper than ChatGPT. So I'd say currently Godslayer Crown definitely outbeats the Undercrown easily. But now which rune we have to craft, because there is a rune that we have to make. It is called Ignitum Vex. Vex is the rune that gives me skill ranks, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let me double check if it was Vex. Vex gave me skill ranks, yeah. Because then we can play Nagu Vex. I need 5 legendary, 5 yellow. So take any 5 yellow, take any 5 legendary. Make Vex. Nagar. Shit, and Nagar. There you go. Why is Vex so cool? So the good thing about Vex is that it really gain 1 to all skills for 10 seconds, and this can be up to 3. 3 more ranks is a huge amount of damage more. You can also get more blood orbs from corpse explosions. Yeah, I know. I was kind of reluctant because I do like the corpse tendrils, and that 10% more crit chance is nice. And I really don't want to spam corpse explosion, right? But on the other hand, what else can I do? I mean, it detonates also 2 additional corpses, which is actually kind of nice, right? And then you get the chance to make blood orbs. And you could turn it into a size increased, damage increased, bone skill. Yeah, size increase. I'm not happy with that change personally, because I preferred the other one, but it is what it is. Let's do Undercity. On my Necro, when I teleport to a Warpline event, my primary mercenary is getting unselected and have to go back to rehire him. Yes, that is that's normal for some, as it seems. So I've heard about this. Like, whenever I explode a corpse, I get the 20 stacks faster for the 20 souls. So if I just want to send out the 20 souls, I can just tap the button 2 times to just get more souls up. Now, I'm generally speaking very unhappy with this, because I didn't want to do it. But since we don't have to actually spam it, right? It's more like I unleash the souls, and then it's like tap, tap, back to 20. Tap, tap, back to 20. Like, you notice how sufficient that is. Because obviously the souls are some of the big damage that's coming out of this. Plus then the ghosts themselves doing the damage. But you obviously always want to have the 3. By the way, here, +3 skills, chat. +3 skills is great, especially since all your minions are now skilled. So that +3 skills actually counts for the golem, it counts for the warriors, it counts for everyone. Right? It doesn't only count, like, it doesn't only count for your skills, it counts for everything. I guess another advantage of doing this is, and getting blood orbs, I will get my 12 overpower stacks quicker. Because one thing that we should not forget is, chat, oh, he just fell over. Oh, we're currently only in Torment 10. I was wondering, why does everything die so easy, chat? I mean, not that we're weak, right? But it's just, like, Torment 10 is really the perfect difficulty to exist in from a having fun standpoint. Because all the other difficulties, they just feel extra painful, just for the sake of being extra painful. I'm not sure if you have noticed this, right? Every build just feels more fun to play here. So from which difficulty legendaries start to drop? They just reduce the chance to drop. It takes a while. I mean, during the campaign, you won't find many legendaries. You'll pretty much end up being getting to the Torment tiers and barely having an aspect or anything to your name. And that's completely normal and intended. So don't worry. You came to the danger zone. Oh wow, he just keeled over, Chad. But since you can, oh, there was 1 trillion damage. I think I saw it. Ring, set charm, everything. Now it's Helltide Harvest, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Sanctuary. There's no Helltide. Look, gasp. That means if there's no Helltide, I have to kill Endariel to get my helmet. Still. Still, chat, because we do not have a greater FX crown, a Godslayer crown. And it's absolutely awful. Hello, Speed Demon. You know, we're now more likely killing her because we're getting the stacks faster up, so that was nice. Also, she was only Torment 10 now. Poor lady.
They were nothing. Did you truly think all of this would be that easy?
Okay, not a single helmet.
There is no escape.
There's no escape! He wants you to know that there's indeed no escape, ladies and gentlemen.
You think you won? This is just the beginning.
4 Betrayer's Husk in this economy, ladies and gentlemen. That means we can go for the Red Blessing again. So Red Blessing drops from... No, from the Butcher! I forgot! Ladies and gentlemen, we can actually farm the Red Blessing. But we only have 4 Greater Lair Keys. Yeah, it drops from the Butcher. I completely forgot. It wasn't from Astaroth. How convenient. How very convenient. Who would have guessed? We still haven't found out who drops the Banished Lord's Talisman, though. That's a problem. If you've been here yesterday, you might remember how long it took us here to deal with the Butcher at times, because the Butcher has like, he has such an inconvenient high amount of HP. Nothing touched me. He has such an inconvenient high amount of HP. It really doesn't make sense. It's generally unique quotes for lair bosses now. That's not true. There's still very specific loot that drops only from very specific bosses. When I didn't even get hit by his chains, I was clearly not also in a fiery underground, so what even hit me there? So that's like an unconvenient amount of HP. Like, for real. We're doing good. Melted. See, what the cluck did hit me the last time here? Oh, you killed my mages. Give me back my mages. My mages are responsible for my barium. I have no mages, I get no barium. It's probably also very unfortunate when we're trying to like run away from him, right? And we're trying to not get grilled by his shit. And then we can't even use our mages to replenish our barium. Does this man have like inbuilt damage reduction? Because he has our thingies not stack up to the hundreds of billions of damage, right? What is happening with the butcher here, Chan? Okay, we're just... That wouldn't work. What a strange, absolute strange fight. It looks exactly the same as Diablo 3, sir. I hope you're gonna get your vision checked and your memory. You might have sight issues and Alzheimer, dementia. Sorry. If I can swap gems on unmodifiable gear, I honestly don't remember, but I'm gonna say yes. See, he's such a nuisance to deal with. It takes such a long time, but he can drop the red blessing. A tier 10 butcher is like a tier 15 in comparison to the other bosses. He has like 4 times their HP for no reason. And you're like, but Mr. Bossman, why? I mean, look at the butcher, okay? And now let's look at the other bosses, the other layer bosses, okay? So we're gonna go to Torment 11 Belial, which is 1 Torment tier higher. He's 1 Torment tier higher than the butcher. Oh, doorbell, be right back. I drop a tier 12 boss faster than a tier 10 butcher. Indeed. Indeed. What's the source of the damage? I mean, all the multipliers, everything you do together to make Army of the Dead go crazy. See, this is now Torment 12 Belial, who's one Torment tier higher than that Butcher, right? And you can see him just significantly drop faster than the Butcher did. Now the thing is, you notice how my billions of damage against him are actually stacking up and going higher. Whereas the billion damage against the Butcher, for some reason, stopped stacking up after a while. Which makes me wonder if there's some weird kind of damage reduction happening. Right? Where's your planner? In the description of the YouTube video, my friend. Here's the planner. Wonder if there's a way to become fortified faster. I feel like I'm stuck too long on 8 overpower, on like 6 overpower stacks before I can go up to the 12 often. Okay, we want to go for the Butcher loot. Can I go for the Butcher loot? To try to just get the... Not a single amulet. Are you kidding me? I mean, 2 amulets, but not the ones in greater affixed. Okay, that is an 8% one with a physical damage multiplier. That's an 8% one. I need it as a 10% one. There's an 8% one with an all damage multiplier. Both useless. If it's not 8, then we don't want it. What type of Necro do you think is the best this season? I have honestly not looked, so I can really not tell you what is best. As I have done this Necro, and then I haven't bothered doing more yet. I mean, also, we just started the Necro yesterday, so what I say we haven't bothered doing more yet is we just started playing the Necro yesterday. So please bear with me. Cut me some slack. We're doing things. It just takes a bit. So now we have 8 overpower stacks, but he doesn't go over to 12 because we're not... Can we not curse him? Why is he not being cursed? My pants should curse him. Or he's not being cursed. But why? No, I don't need blemish to get fortified. I get fortified just by existing. Usually. Sorry for the bad English. I'm from Germany, Raziel. We are from Germany too. That's not an excuse. No.
That's it for that piece.
Oh, Tides of Blood. Wait, Tides of Blood? Huh? Because Tides, we already have max rolled, right? No, Tides of Blood. Tidal. Ah, Tides of Blood and Tidal. 2 different ones. So I don't have a Paladin bit yet. No, sorry. We haven't messed with Paladin this season. So I have Necromancer. I have this. And we'll have to... I have to do more. There's a temper that can get you fortified. Very easy. I'm just trying to remember how we did get fortified all the other times. Because right now we're not getting fortified, but how did we get fortified? Oh, we get fortified. Yes. We get fortified from our, brain fart. We get fortified from our corpse tendies. Like we used the corpse tendies to fortify ourselves. I remember. That's what we used them for. That was our source of fortify. Blood mist can fortify as well. That is correct. And it forms blood orbs too, which is not too terrible. Nothing I'm interested in. What you could do is you could take an item piece here. For example, your pants. Instead of armor, you can temper on chance for minion attacks to fortify you. And I think that's actually enough to fortify you. Same, now we're getting fortified. And it should be enough. There we go. Fortify. Let's wait if we get like enough fortify up. In the world here. We really always have to go around. Someone's summoning the mom of the hell type. Pretty pleased. So this would be like a minuscule amount of fortify so far. Doesn't seem to work well in the overworld, right? Stacks too slow. I think like a 10% chance with 11 minions should go relatively quick. I mean, maybe everything dies too fast. I gotta check it in a boss fight in the pit, like to make a comparison, right? Because that's where it's just going to feel probably the best. Mr. RNZ, thank you very much for the 3 months of support. Big Fish and Fluffinator also. Thank you for the 24 and the 3 months. Poison, thank you for the gifted sub. Did miss all your support there, chat. Please do apologize. Collection of helms. Let's actually jump into that pit 100 quickly and just see if the fortify holds up in the pit. Because that's the only where it really needed. Because here enemies live longer, so technically you should fortify more. Otherwise, I'm rolling my corpse explosion back. Nah, not really fortifying as much, huh? Yeah. So my tiny tendrils of awesomeness were actually working very well. I like it. Can we make this fortify us? This is... sadly not, right? So we would go for corpse tendies then. But I could still actually use corpse tendies out of a corpse, because right now we've been using corpse tendies out of myself. I could use them out of a corpse. Okay, corpse tendies. And then we actually need to play the crab. Did you play? There's also Tab. Tab was... See how that vibes. What build is this? This is the Army of the Dead Necro. Oh, that dude is in the worst position imaginable. Where my like thingies can't really exist in Jive. Ooh. Now my things can exist in Jive. Otherwise, you're not getting just in. Now we're getting the fortified that I was looking for, because you're pretty much going to cast one single, I'm gonna call one single corpse tendy inside the opponents, and boom, you're fully fortified. Right? That's very useful, because once we're fully fortified, we can't lose the fortified, since we always have barrier going on. It's actually very useful. Oh, we're not likely to lose it. Wonder if there is a skeleton. I know there's a skeleton you could also summon for fortify, and then we could go back to corpses. That would actually cut into our grand total of we'll cut into our grand total of skeletons. I like the easy way to get fortified, so that has me happy again. So there is skeletal defenders. Defenders have a chance to form a blood orb. Defender splinter. Could also go for the powerful Reapers to just do more boom. I feel like they're needed. Last time we did this, it was a 4-minute run. What's the best way to grind aspects? Obol gambling. And you would like to go for bartering. That is the best way to get aspects, because bartering has these aspect caches that you can get, and they might give you what you have been missing. So those are the general two foolproof methods. So for Fortify, we get like the 12 overpower stacks, extremely easy. Hello, Mr. Sparkly Spark Touch. Honest, he's doing so much lighting damage. It's incredible again. Big dislike on lightning damage. I just see Necro has some movement now. I mean, Necro having the ability to dish dash around is probably my favorite thing in the world right now. But it also becomes the new norm, because like if you're now not having this to dish dash around, you're just going to feel absolutely awkwardly slow, and that's terrible. So we're going from like, this is nice to have, to if you're not playing this, it just feels weird. I mean, technically, if you're just playing the pit, I guess you could also get away with doing Blood Mist. But since you're also doing other stuff than the pit, aka you're zooming around and you're having fun, it doesn't feel like you would just want to have the bonus movement speed from that. Nah, you want to have the beauty of the full zooms. Okay. Sir, I'm not sure why I would have died to that, but I'll take it. Fix the terrain thingy with dash. Well, the dash is not a teleport. It is a dash. So, yes, you can jump over things with it. And I think that is intended, to be honest. I am taking way too much damage right now. Either it's just him with a fire damage, but I do actually have a reasonable amount of elemental resistances, or I just really need to go for more max life. Dude, that fire damage just eats me on impact. Now let's do this with broken gear. Okay, then I'm just standing maximum distance from you, nerd. No, he thought he had me. But I'll just stand maximum distance from you. Okay, he's stunned, but he's moving. That's good. Not forget, we cleared our first pit 100 with complete broken gear on a Necro that is meant to do melee damage, Chan. Just so you know. Been there, done that on my first rodeo. Okay, we should have hit him hard enough for our damage to start stacking upwards. Right? For some reason, our damage is not stacking upwards as it used to, so I'm a big confusion what's happening. Because we used to already deal like 700 billion damage, so where's that now? Or did I miss, chat? Did I accidentally equip like a wrong charm or something? Why are we playing Variana? Why are we playing Variana, not Subo? Not right here. Since when? All day today? Or just recently? Great, gear broken? No, it also happened against the last Belial. Kind of weird, as if our damage stacking doesn't function correctly anymore. I just really abhor that fire damage. Okay. I just really abhor that fire damage. How do you farm greater keys? From the seasonal rank, and otherwise it's not easy. You can also get them from the, what is it called again? From the war plans, but there is no easy guaranteed farm. Okay. There's no easy guaranteed farm. And we get this back, that back. Get the curse. We lost our here. Did we get hit with the Necromancer lockout bug, chat? And we're playing this, so this is what you want to have him for. Then you can have Tsubo, or you can have whoever you want. I mean, Tsubo is not bad. He does increase, like, he can increase your critical damage. Ah, here we go. This is what we wanted to do. So now that we fortify again. Overflow, congratulations.
Pardon me, stranger.
That sounds good. A good farm for reroll scrolls, don't they just drop everywhere? I couldn't even tell you where I have reroll scrolls from. I just have so many. That I really never asked where they even are from. Right? Ultimate Dominator, good to see you there. So, Chad, have you gotten your Mythic seal already? I've heard many people have been robbed like me. I've heard reports of 20 Mephisto kills and still no mythical seals. So Blizzard seemed to have made a little oopsie there, making them a little bit too rare, considering that mythical seals are a must-have for certain power gains at some point. Makes it really weird. I feel like they aren't that good. It really depends on the build. For example, for my Tyranny's Grass build, getting one of them would allow me to do insane amounts more of damage. Insane amount more. But that's because of the sets that I play and how the sets scale, and that I don't require a 5 set bonus, for example. So I can do a lot. I can do a lot with sets. Good start in the Helltide, ladies and gentlemen. Now, armor is sitting at 32. That our resistances are good. I guess at this point, I'd probably multiply resistances further up in the Paragon board. And there's a lot of additive damage I can still get from the Paragon board, but there's also a lot of defense I can still get from that. So maybe that's what we should be looking for. For me, is the Mythic Seal too useless? Yeah, but, you know, we're playing more than one thing. Okay, slay the Harbinger of Hatred. Teleport me to the Harbinger of Hatred. So let's see if my damage is now stacking properly again, because as I said, we had like this weird feeling that our damage wasn't stacking as properly as it should. We'll see against the Harbinger now if we get like the 400 or 500 billions again. Which still makes no sense what happened there. Is Lord of Hatred worth? I've not played D4 since release. Yes, it's absolutely worth. Absolutely. Not just a little bit. Many bits. Okay, have an eye out for the big damn chat. See, what is this? Like, suddenly my damage is scaling properly again. Make it make sense. What did we change that broke my damage scaling? Oh, come on. I killed him now before that happened. Steaming pile of horse radish. Radish horse. Who's this radish horse, John? We clearly killed him before. But where's all this horseradish coming from? I'm stuck. Chad, I'm stuck. I have fallen and I can't get up. I wonder if against Mephisto, it might be required to actually play, Blood Mist. Because Blood Mist makes you untargetable, you know? And since our main damage is just the souls flying forward, I could easily be untargetable while my souls are flying forward. And I just nuke the enemy. Okay, you're dead, sir. You're dead. You're 1% HP. Could you just stay at 1% HP instead of, like, pretending to come back from the dead? I'm stuck again. I missed. Happens to the best of us, chat. Ah, yeah. Get hard stuck with your lock on Torment 1. Any tips? Don't be hard stuck on Torment 1. Get a better build. I mean, it can always be just a build question, sir. Because I don't know what you're playing, so it's hard to gauge why you might be stuck or not. Waking's Touch instead of the Army of the Dead set. Waking Touch is the Army of the Dead set. Last time I checked. I really have troubles hitting things, chat, as it seems. Great. Just wait 24 years. There's a reason I dislike this fight, right? Per se. Thank you, Akarat. Goodness Christ, the Almighty. What did he drop again that we need? He dropped nothing we need, right? Yeah, I only have 4 greater keys left. Nothing to waste here. Okay, and now we're gonna kill the Beast of Ice. Yeah, he's gonna keel over, so that's fine. Tempo is best on Amulet. That really depends on your build. I like your beard. Any grooming tips? So my wife just told me to shave it off with the shoulder, sir. So 0 grooming tips. I just haven't cared for it the past 2 weeks because I've been too busy with Diablo stuff. That's the grooming tip. Just let it grow. Hobo style. And there's my triple digit high billions again. And we're absent for a bit. And we're teleporting back. No, actually I have the smaller keys because there's always a chance to get Belial. You know, I'm trying to Belial maxing here. If you can get more Belials, I guess we'll take it. No minion kills. See, this is Waking Touch. Waking Touch is the one that you're looking for. Okay. First and foremost, we can retemper this one into armor again. Jesus. Tempers. I still want this in greater affix. Want it in greater affix. Area generation. Damage per overpower stack. Damage per overpower stack. This one is lucky hit chance. And this should be damage per overpower stack instead of summon damage, even though it's kind of like the same, but it's not the same. With the physical damage there. We still need to get this one with a 1% higher. Tyrell is going to give me a lot of Forgotten Souls. So we're finally up in Forgotten Souls again, Chad. Yabba dabba do. Spoils, but yellow. I need legendary spoils. Spoils. Keys. Mm-hmm. A lot of pit. A lot of keys. Got another lair boss thingy here. We get Rahir back. I wanted to kill one more Deceiver. So I still try to get the Bloodmoon Breaches and Greater Affixed. So you could do similar things with Blood Mist to get there. But do you really want to slow Blood Mist walk around, guys, or teleport? I want to teleport around. Let's see if it's properly multiplying outwards. Something it is with these greater bosses, Chad. So how can we do 300 billion damage against a Harbinger and he just doesn't take that damage, huh, Chad? Explain. Not like he won't die. Just asking. Now it is stacked up properly, right? See, now you're properly doing what you're supposed to be doing again. Make it make sense. I do movement speed with decompose for survival. What? Sir? Are you okay? Pans. Greater affix pans. Oh. Oh. What else with the underground? Helmet? Nah. The 4 undercrown, but with the rest of shitty stats. Was tier 12 too hard or were you in tier 11? Because tier 11 is more comfortable to play on. Torment 12 is just really annoying. Also, Torment 12 does not give better rewards. So, common misconception. Torment 12 is not giving you more. You know? Their new Uber boss, there's Mephisto, and I kind of want to go fight him with the build. I mean, we killed him already with our Warlock, and we now have to try to kill him also with the Necromancer to see how that turns out. But for that, we have to bring the Necromancer realistically closer to where the Warlock was, so we got to do a few here. Hit 100s now. Get the enemy closer to our ones it needs. Necro this season, only Tribolic so far. Necro feels really good. I mean, I've only done Army of the Dead Necro, but this was absolutely something I wanted to do. I've already been told that Blood Wave is super strong. I have seen some people experimenting with the new Bone Spirits. They're also supposedly working quite fine. So quite some builds for the world for the Necro. The main thing we wanted to see is just how good is Army of the Dead going to be. And obviously we still have to push it all the way up to a trillion damage still. So the highest we have seen was 670 billion. That was really good. I enjoyed that hit. I mean, we've already done trillions though, so if you stack up the damage and then see the damage just rise, that's definitely where trillions are coming together. But we need to work more on our multipliers to weasel out even more. I mean, obviously we can upgrade our glyphs further. That will be a lot more additive damage added to the fray. So that's going to work plenty well. How strong are charms? Charms are the only reason you're still doing damage. Without charms, I don't think you can actually play Diablo right now. I mean, in my case, they're giving me a 450% damage multiplier. If I didn't have the charms, I would miss out on 450%. Right? So take my current 100 billion damage and then take 450% away from that. It's quite some. On my Warlock, I can get with a set, or with a set that I'm playing, I can get around 600% bonus damage. Right? So make it of that what you want. Like, how useful is it? How not useful is it? And the Army of the Dead charm, Army of the Dead charm. I mean, the Shadow one wouldn't work for this build because my Army of the Dead doesn't do Shadow damage. I mean, we're also doing, like, Army of the Dead damage. So, like, the only damage we're dealing is Army of the Dead, and Army of the Dead is physical. If I'm not mistaken, the Shadow charm was Shadow and Frost. Correct me if I'm wrong. They're my big billions that I've been looking for. Oh, come on now. Stupid sword. I was about to dash out of the way. I feel like with my barrier right now, I'm kind of forced to just look for more max HP. I mean, we've been stacking some armor, right? But I guess we should just stack more maximum HP. As it seems. When we only have 23,000, that is actually not a lot, considering that my Warlock has 80,000 HP. Well, the Warlock is also a bit overtuned when it comes down to the HP stacking, but it's also part of the build. Whereas for the Necro, it's just like literally nice to have the more HP, right? Good. Hard birth, Chad. Amplify, Corporal. So we're still not sure if we want to play these three, by the way, because they're... How do I say this now? They're not the biggest multipliers. What you could technically do is you could do Warrior, because Warrior gives you a 20% damage multiplier. Instead of the Eliminator. I would hate it though, because it's like 15%. You can also damage reduction. We could have Golem. Vulnerable damage, increase the damage by 10% again for vulnerable enemies, right? Definitely warrior is the best choice. Considering that we also use the explodey warriors. Let's try warrior out for a bit. See how that one would feel. I use warrior instead of, this is dominate, essence, amplify, corporeal, eliminate. Dexterity base. Actually, dexterity base works here. Gonna see if we vibe with that. Going to do Sorg after Necro. I heard there is a Meteor Sorg that's doing extremely well, but I'm not sure if that Meteor Sorg is doing so well because it's intended to do so well, or if there's something broken about the Meteor Sorg. Yeah. So once I've figured that out. So leaderboard, I've seen, what was it, Sorg, and there was Meteor. But I'm not sure if this is main damage Meteor or not, because we have Air, we have Raymond, we have Strike of the Stormhorn, which is Ball of Lightning, right? So I guess you have just Meteor there for the YOLOs, but not because you're actually playing it, I assume. Yeah, see there's Meteor, but it's Ball of Lightning. Which is sad, because I just want Meteor to be great again. That's so much to ask for, Chad. Well, you would probably want Warrior and Mage. No, you don't want Warrior and Mage, because both, like, because one is just additive sadness. That 20% more is nice. What's that to use? Waking Touch? To reduce the cooldown of my Army of the Dead. Because you always want to be able to Army of the Dead as much as possible. Are we not using any tributes? I'm honestly tribute maxing, Chan. Good old tribute maxing. I'm saving them to turn them into higher tier tributes and to get like the most out of it. Okay. Definitely tribute maxing. Where's this build on YouTube? No, sir, because we just started yesterday. Then we went through the loops and hoops today to improve it. And then probably tomorrow morning, you'll have the full video breakdown that explains everything to the minute detail. I mean, we still have to take down Mephisto, or we haven't reached our goal that we wanted to reach with this build. So that's definitely something we need to do today. I mean, realistically, we should have more than enough damage to do it. The question rather is if my Necromancer survives the encounter with Mephisto. And if it would be better, in order to survive the encounter with Mephisto, to actually swap over to Blood Mist, but just for the act of fighting him. Dreadclaw stuck in Torment 8. Couldn't actually tell you how easy Dreadclaw scales, because I've been I haven't played Dreadclaws. So I played Big Black Demon, Big Red Demon, and I played the Dreadclaws. And the Dreadclaws, the Tyrant's Grasp, the Red Claws, not the Dreadclaws. The other color claws. Rings. Okay, that's Helltide, and then we have 2 pits that we can blast into, chat. Oh god, it's 3 minutes only. No, not worth it. Let's do a pit. Okay, I wanted to upgrade my warrior quickly. Can do that. I changed to Apocalypse and Rage tier 10 easy. I mean, Apocalypse is currently the cheat code for Necros. If you don't want to actually worry about making a good build, quotation mark, right? You don't want to worry about, like, min-maxing. Then you just choose Apocalypse and you already have the damage done. And there's nothing wrong with doing that, right? Apocalypse by itself will just help you to go bonkers right away. You don't have to actually then learn how to multiply damage upwards, right? You don't have to understand how the vulnerable damage interacts with the all damage, with the other damage, because you just do damage. And if you then understand how the multipliers are actually working with each other, then you do even more damage, right? I'm Torment 6, Paragon 100, and no DLC. I mean, that's fantastic, Discord. But you might be stuck very soon because you won't be able to get further at some point because you're missing the fat multiplier that the charms provide you. I think, right? Non-DLC does not have the sets. I don't know, to be honest. But yeah, if you're not having the set, then you're just going to get stuck at some point. Sooner than later. Because the multis are just too big. To just be like, no, you don't need this. It's fine if you don't have it. I mean, with runes, we could have argued you don't need the runes. However, runes also gave you a 100% damage multiplier if you then used the Quox rune correctly, which definitely led to a huge damage boost. And I'm sad that the Quox rune doesn't exist anymore. But then again, I'm also happy the Quox rune doesn't exist anymore because it was so oppressive that it wasn't even fun to use anymore. Can't imagine liking this game enough to get to pit 100. Well, you need to get to pit 100 to enter Torment 12. Also, the pit progression is just something naturally baked into the game. I mean, you'll be going to the pit for the war plans. You're going to the pit because it gives you XP, it gives you rewards, it gives you tributes, makes you stronger. I mean, due to the war plans, the pit definitely doesn't feel as forced anymore. So like, okay, if I now go into the pit, then my war plan will get improved. And that's actually really good. Right, we like to see that. I have let my stone fall down again. The stone keeps slipping through my fingers. Doo-doo-doo. Open the build link. Did you try to open this build link? Oh, wrong direction. Liking enough to hit pit 100, but not enough to get... see, now I'm confusion criminal. I read it the other way around. You like it enough to get the DLC, but not to get pit 100. You know, I was confused. Well, luckily we understand each other, I guess. What's your biggest hit? Currently 670 billion, but in the moment where the 670 billion hit, another 450 billion hit, another 550 billion hit, and I think another 310 billion hit, plus minus whatever we didn't see at that point. So, yay. I mean, we've definitely been hitting 4 trillions already, but we haven't seen a trillion hit yet. So this is still on the agenda, right? An actual trillion hit, and not just like a fake trillion hit caused by circumstances. It's obviously not a real trillion damage hit. No matter what you're gonna tell yourself for lies. I mean, then again, we don't really need trillions of damage because you can see like there's just the billions like are soaking into him, right? The poor man is just killing over as soon as the billions are just rolling in. Now we go 206 billion. We stand there and let him get hit by all our ghosts. Actually, that took way longer than I expected. Suddenly our damage dried up, ladies and gentlemen. Intriguing. Warlock is slowed but does insane damage. Well, it really depends on how you play Warlock. Well, it can be incredibly fast once you play the right spec. Okay, here, let's get the warrior up. This is 20% summon damage if we wanted to. And technically, we could kick out Corporal for another 20% summon damage if we wanted to. But it feels so bad to go for it because this is like, this is Mage. Where's Mage? Where's Mage? Where's Mage? Absolutely, here. It's like another 20% summon damage, but it feels so bad to do it. Personally. But we can see how much more damage what we deal in comparison. I guess like the easiest way to figure out if it's worth it or not is to just try it, right? So I'd say we're gonna level that also up quickly, and then we'll just see what the outcome is and make a decision if this is then better or not. And won't figure out if it's better if we haven't like leveled it, right? Still no health tide? Then we can do another one. Yes, boring. Ashraf, did you just give those memberships to people for free? No, Discord cat. That is Mr. Ashraf who's sent 20 memberships to everyone. He's a map man. Saving people left, right, and center. When you reroll charms, do you have to reroll each individually, or can you just reroll the whole set? Because trying to get better demonology and shadow on my shadow charms. If you reroll a charm, it will change from a Beru to a Linta, for example, and from a Fur to a whatsoever. So, like, rerolling a set charm will just reroll it to a charm of the same set, yes, but any charm of the same set with different stats on it then. So just keep that in mind. So you can't just reroll a Linta and get like a Linta, right? It will be just a random one from the set. Do not forget. Ah, there's the damage. Love to see it. What you're gonna get used to is that the damage is not actually like your ghost also shooting out, right? When you press the button and the ghosts are hurling out and they're going like... No, your damage is actually like the ghosts that are happening as the Army of the Dead unfolds, right? So even if I don't do any more damage after this, like the ghosts that are just going in, they're the ones that do billions of damage, right? It's just nice to obviously have your 20 sold slam in bonus. Almost have 1 billion gold I'm rich. I mean, we spend already, I think, 500,000 to 500 million today. You know how it is. You just go through that gold really quick. 1 billion is just enough money to maybe reroll one item to the aspect that you want to have it on, right? We have infinite resource. I don't use a single skill that uses resource apart from my... Oh, what was it called again? Apart from my Sever. So we're not actually using the resource, right? I'm casting my ultimate. My ultimate is a cooldown skill. My skeleton skills are also all cooldown skills. So the reason we have infinite resources is that we don't use it. I mean, optimally, I could technically also equip the Edge Master's aspect to increase my damage further. right? But yeah, I just cast ultimate skill, then ultimate skill, and then ultimate skill. And that's my big dam. A very big dam. Mages are resource? Nah, my mages are more mages in this case. They're not doing resource. They did resource while leveling. That's true. It's almost plenty slow. Sometimes they do be that way, chat. Sometimes they're not fast. Sometimes they're slow. Come on, give me stoats. Give me stoats. Cooldown reduction on gear? Nope, not a single bit. Not a single bit cooldown reduction. I do have a set though that makes my minion hits reduce the cooldown of my sever. So this is also not the lucky hit chance, okay? Oh no, I got hit by fire. I mean, I also didn't have to stand in the fire, but stupid game. Bug damage profiles. But seriously, stupid game. It's not my fault, chat, that the fire kills me. I obviously have enough life and everything. Just the game being stupid. As a fresh 70, what do you recommend trying to go through first charm set to get through first charm? Yeah, you want to get your first charm set. I mean, I pretty much just coasted along playing whatever I found with this character until I got my waking touch. And from that point, it was like just going forward. I mean, you can pretty much play the Army of the Dead build without. You just rely on cooldown reduction a bit. And then as soon as you get the waking touch set, obviously everything's said and done, you're just zooming. Oh god, he's lightning. It's lightning again. And he just killed all my mages. Oh god, I hate lightning thingies. We'll just kill him quickly. Thank you. So now we can actually kill the other guy, right? Which is just his lightning shenanigans. Now there we're starting with good damage. See, it sometimes like doesn't just elude me what would just happen there, why we had the damage stack up properly, and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, this is weapon damage in max life critical strike damage multiplier, and we could re-roll the in into something else. That's an insane weapon, ladies and gentlemen. That's not like a little good. That's quite good. Now we need to remember, who did we see the 625 billion damage against, huh? Essence, Glyph, out for mage. Who did we see that against? Is there a best way to go about charms, farm locations? No, you just play the pit. The pit gives a lot of charms, and then there's some other activities that also give a lot of charms. But yeah, most of the pit, I'd say. Right? Anyone disagree? Anyone agree? Disagree? Anyone want to fight? By the way, chat, big shout out to you for watching our Mythic video today. That has been zooming. Very happy to see so many people enjoying. Still unsure if we want to make a video on a loot filter, because I'll be honest with you, I use the most basic loot filter ever and it's sufficient enough. So I would feel bad about making a loot filter video and telling you, look at this. This is like the super cool loot filter and there's so many options. And then I wouldn't even use them myself because I use the full like, I use a full-blown hobo loot filter that does nothing, barely. Just hides some things that are annoying and recolor very few things that I really want to see. So absolutely nothing special. Maybe Undercity with tributes as well. You don't really want to use any tributes because you want to all be able to turn them into armament tributes. Actually, haven't tested if you can 3-to-1 reroll a tribute. Someone like, I know you can upcycle them, but I'm not sure if you can 3-to-1. Yeah, it's just like, it's a mad clickbait thumbnail, like, for this is the only loot filter you will ever need, and then it's like, so there's one rule, like, to turn common and magic item off. Yeah, I know, crazy. We did it. Just copy that loot filter and you're good to go. Video is like a 30-second long-form video. Get good, you little shit. Legendary runes are as rare as mythics. I have not seen certain. I have seen like certain ones a lot. So it seems like that some drop exceptionally much and others they don't just drop. Don't forget that you can upcycle rare runes into legendary runes. So in case you didn't know this, but if you go to the Horror Cube, okay, you can put in five rare runes and they will throw out a legendary rune. That's how you can actually get enough legendary runes to craft yourself whatever you want. Tributes can't be 3-to-1 randomized. Oh, that's sad. I thought you could do some RNG fun fiesta there. Then you can actually use the ones that are not the tributes of armaments. So the only thing you have to keep are the tributes of armaments, chat. The others you can use then, because the tributes of armaments, again, you can turn into a mythical tribute of armaments, and you really, really, really don't want to miss out on that. So if you have legendary Horde of Dreams sitting, these are the greater talismans. So if you have... Yeah, these are the greater talisman items. Exactly. That one you want to use. And the one for runes too, I reckon. Especially when you have the portal pranksters. So there is like, okay, so technically you never want to use a legendary or mythic tribute unless your Undercity is already to level 4. Level 3 actually. Level 4 would be optimal. Level 3 is like a must-have, because the level 3 gives you the portal pranksters with a guarantee like that they more or less come at least one per run, but it could be even more per run. And these portal pranksters will open up bonus chests, and that's explicitly good when you're going for a mythic tribute, because imagine you can now open up, like you can now guarantee that you get these bonus chests. I mean, that's how I got 2 mythics this morning from one single Undercity run. Yeah, I know, sounds crazy, but that's just what it is. Okay, sir, you're sitting on this stone that I want. Could you just stop sitting on it? What a shame. And they just put their fat crustacean body on it. Crown of Lucian is from Astaroth. Astaroth is from Nightmare Dungeon Escalation Sigils. Nightmare Dungeon Escalation Sigils are from combining 5 Nightmare Sigils into 1. Keep in mind that you need to do strongholds in order to actually do that, or you're going to be in pain. Get away, stupid red lightning explodey dudes. I hate you so much. Okay, trillions of damage incoming, chat. Trillions of bust. Highs to 670 billion. Come on, give me the big numbers. Show them to me. Oh, we don't have our mages out. We get our mages back. I'll put the stone in. Okay, we got the mage upgraded too, ladies and gentlemen. Very good. We just need to get the mage and the warrior up to appropriate levels, I guess. So that is a 20 and a 20% summon damage, which should technically be more than the others, but we're missing a multiplier, so we'll have to see. Reese, thank you for the 50 months of support in total, Reese. Very good to see you there. Good day to you. How do we test the highness of the damage increase? Like in the Helltide, nothing has enough HP to survive. They'll just die. Can you reroll Legendary Seal to get one with 6 slots? You can do 3 for 1 with Legendary Seals. So you smash 3 together, new outcome. Smash 3 together, new outcome. That's what you can do. What you also have to know is that you can use one of your Legendary Seals from another class for your class. So I am currently using a... I used one for my Warlock. Yeah. Chan. I know, what the fuck, but if it works, it works, huh? Don't ask stupid questions, don't win stupid prizes. See, this is Apocalypse Warlock, by the way, chat. What he does is he just puts down these chains, and then he uses Apocalypse, which is a screen-wide ultimate that just kills the whole screen. You know, meanwhile, I trigger my Army of the Dead, which sends out skeletons that are running around the screen everywhere, and they just try to choke enemies to death, left, right, and center. But they don't explode a whole screen. I know, what few whims, right? Okay, what do you think, chat? Should we transfigure some items for the YOLOs? I feel like we could transfigure my gloves, because my gloves are pretty much perfect. I don't have to craft around on them anymore. They'll stay exactly that way. There are some of my highest damaging gloves out there right now. Then we could probably transfigure my amulet to try to get a different aspect on that one as well. Maybe like a bit more damage out of it. Seems reasonable. What mages do you use? The Barrier mages. I mean, you want to have Barrier because Barrier keeps you alive. So the best thing you can do is summon the Barrier mages. I wanted to kill that thing in the middle, but my ultimate just refused to kill that thing in the middle. Chad, did we for some reason forget our source of vulnerable? I mean, usually we had our skeleton mages make things vulnerable. I have to have my corpse tendies make things vulnerable again. Probably, right? Well, he's just missing a consistent source of vulnerable. It's great that I have vulnerable damage multipliers and I have not been using vulnerable. It would be a shame if we would actually, right? Wouldn't that be a shame? Has a 9-second cooldown and makes enemies vulnerable for 4 seconds. Doesn't really jive with me. Well, we could put the resolve over to this because we're getting enough resolve stack from our lucky hit chance. Then probably remove the... So now we have our warriors make enemies vulnerable and we have our corpse tendies make enemies vulnerable. Should be enough, right? At least for boss fights. Does even read Twitch chat? No. I like Twit. No, Scrunchy. No. Actually, yes, but not your messages. What's the best way to level secondary character hard until 60? So if you really don't want to level Nazen, you're going to take your first character, you're going to collect Whisper Caches, and you're gonna give those to your other character, open up said whisper caches, and it goes brrrr, and the character's instantly to level 17. Now, I personally enjoy leveling my character because it teaches you about the skills. You have to read them anyways, so that's what I prefer. Now, I know a lot of people don't do this, but I still do. Does this ever end? I mean, these life-sucky contraption thingies, they're kind of like, kind of long. And finally, ever. So, like, I finally figured out where my damage fell off, Chan. I finally figured it out. We lost our source of vulnerable, and we have vulnerable damage multiplier, We have vulnerable damage multiplier on items, right? And I kind of, for some reason, lost that we're not doing vulnerable anymore. Because what did we do? We put off the doggies. So we were playing the Sur rune. So, because the Sur rune just works extremely well, right? For any kind of build. To just get source of vulnerable. But then I kind of ignored the fact that we didn't get a new source of vulnerable. So it seems like we ended up without vulnerable. Interesting. Not sure if I'm stupid or you're stupid, Chan. Or we're both stupid. But you should have noticed earlier, honestly. I hate to blame you for this one, but you should have noticed earlier, Chad. Like, seriously. I should have seen that. Missing the purple above the enemy's life. Do you need anything besides 6 same roots to upgrade it? Seems my cube's not working. 6 same runes. What 6 same roots? What more sentence? More sentence. I'm missing sentence. That was not enough sentence, sir. Do you need more than 6 rune to what upgrade what? How's your ultimate cooling down so fast? I could tell you for 5 gifted, but I could also tell you by showing you. Here, Waking Touch. My minions attack, and when my minions attack, that reduces the cooldown of my Army of the Dead. And that's it. That's the whole magic. And I see we have more targets vulnerable now, so it's kind of working, especially with the corpse tendies. The only thing I'd like to have now is corpse tendy cooldown, but the problem is that corpse tendy cooldown doesn't work, and you know why it doesn't work? Because currently the decrepify thingy is broken. So like your pans don't apply the curse as they should, so you're kind of forced to curse enemies handishly with a different curse. And since we need Iron Maiden, we're kind of cursing them with Iron Maiden. But optimally, we get the cooldown reduction there as well. See, enemies are finally getting the vulnerable more. He's vulnerable too. He's been vulnerable the whole time now. It's good. Is he spawning like new ones? He's spawning new ones, isn't he? I've been like wondering what was happening there. Let me pick up the Heart of Stone, sir. He was sturdy. For days. Tiny goblin. So if you don't approach the goblin, and if you stand far enough away from him, he sometimes just keeps standing there and doesn't move from his spawn. It's really weird why that happens. But we have noticed it. A Paladin build for this season? No, but from what I've heard, you can still play the Arbiter Paladin, like the Wing Strike one. You also seem to be able to still play the Blessed Shield version, but it got nerfed. I'm not entirely sure what the #1 or the very efficient Paladin is to play. I'm sorry. I just simply haven't looked into it. I'm also not sure like how soon I will play Paladin, because as fun as Paladin is, I'm not the biggest Paladin fan. I guess the only thing I really like about Paladin is the inherent tankiness of the character, which might come really in handy with like Torment 12 feeling, right? Just have a character, just have one character at least that's just naturally giga tanky. Because like Warlock is obviously not naturally giga tanky. You can do things to make him tankier. Then there is like Necromancer is like tanky squishy at the same time. I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, I'm missing roughly 10,000 life currently from items, so I guess that contributes. I mean, my goddamn Godslayer crown is 850. My pants is 850, right? And that's where we're missing life. My amulet is not having good stuff on it, but can't get a better one yet. Do you get temerity, Lex? The Harbinger of Hatred does do temerity. Just done the new Judgment armor set and go Zeal two-hand sword with Paladin, and that works? Oh, I really, like, don't know who touched me there. I like the hammered in Paladin. See, I never liked that. I found it like, I don't know. The hammer rotating around you just seems weird. What can I say? It seems weird. Never vibed with me. I mean, each to their own, I guess. We kill the tiny ones up front. I can send my souls onto her. Optimally, we'd also kill the other elite. The good thing is that obviously your demons, like that was just a 700 billion if I haven't seen it correct. So finally we get one high one. Have to go back in the recording to confirm, but she definitely lost half of her HP just suddenly, right? So it seems like the 20% bonus damage is working, chat, from what I can see here. That the 20% bonus damage is working. Now, what I was thinking about is, what if I cut out my skirmishers and put in the Reapers for the 15% bonus damage and the stunning, because the stunning would then be bonus CC. If that is any worth it. That ring is a crit, strike, and physical damage multiplier. That's an actually interesting base ring. If I could get a vulnerable damage multiplier on it, that would be nice. I'm gonna have to keep this one for crafting purposes. Okay, one more pit. Before we jump into that pit, let's go back to the broiler in Torment 11, because we did him and it felt like so weird how tanky he was. He was on Torment 10 tankier than a Torment 15 boss. Oh, wait. But before we do this, let's do another thing. We wanted to take the gloves. And we wanted to transfigure them, but we want to transfigure them with a okay outcome, right? So these gloves, they have vulnerable damage, they have crit damage multiplier, physical damage, crit chance. They're perfect, right? There's not much I can do with this. Like, I can't really reroll anything into anything. I guess the only thing I could reroll here is reasonably, we could say, hey, what if we try to get that critical strike damage multiplier? It's like at 54. And I think it could be, like, it could be slightly higher. If I wanted to test, but it's probably going to be, like, really complicated to actually hit that one, right? We could check. Place a few million down the drain. We're already going to transfigure it. It's the least we can check, but as you can see, we're not even see the critical strike damage. Okay, and we transfigure it. Gloves in. And we're gonna get intelligence. Doesn't hurt. Then we get our chest piece that has the damage reduction aspect on it. Resistance, armor. Not sure if it would be more opportune to roll max life on that one, to just juice our max life further, but I'm guessing I'm going to keep it this way. We can transfigure this too. That got 3 more quality. That's actually really nice. The boots are barrier generation, the chance to form a corpse, but in low roll. Not sure if I get that one better. Nope. Then we're going to leave it this way. We get our ring with a summon damage. Didn't we get the... we didn't have the summon damage higher, but with this one here, it has crit chance, damage multiplier, damage per overpower stack. And the only thing we could do with this one was trying to roll the all damage multiplier into a vulnerable damage multiplier. That was like the last thing I was checking here. But it costs like so much to reroll this, and the outcome is just so sad, right? Because you just see like a bunch of stuff, so you kind of get annoyed. I can transfigure that one. For resistance to all elements, sure, why not? Then we can take the amulet, and we can actually transfigure it here with the Kulean Prism, right? So to get another aspect on it. And that would be apply chill and do 20 more damage to chilled enemies. Casting a skill heals you. That's actually useless. Fortify. Distant enemies have a chance to be stunned. You deal increased damage to distant enemies. I mean, considering that distant is everything that's not close to you. So distant is everything that's not in melee range, right? That's distant. Kind of works. Realistically. Can you make it where we can see the whole screen is like very close in? That's because you're in the vertical stream, sir. And we have a horizontal stream going with a full picture for you on the channel. How do you open the possible FX window? There's a toggle on the top. Okay, let's see about this now, chat. The brawler was really weird to kill, but also my damage didn't stack up properly. We were missing Fortify versus him. We were missing Vulnerable versus him. So let's see if it now multiplies up properly again, or if he still feels so heavenly weird. I mean, he still has, obviously, copious amount of HP, but finally it's multiplying up further again. See, that's 200 billion. So that part seems to be working again properly. 400, 600 billion, 700 billion. 1 trillion, ladies and gentlemen. 1.3 trillion, 1 trillion, trillion. That's what we're looking for. Ladies and gentlemen. 400, 500, 800. Ta-da! We did it, ladies and gentlemen. The trillion damage hits. Dun 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 dun. Let's stack further. $453, 600, 700 trillion chat. Going places, going places. Sorry, I just want to stand here and watch my damage grow. 708 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Trillion there again. Okay, so we have done it, chat. We've stacked it up. Only had to hit one of the harder hitting bosses. Let's go. Was everything we wanted? %, finally, with a shadow damage multiplier and a critical strike chance. Thing is, that one is now better than the one I have here right now, correct? Because it has to have the critical strike chance. It does have the, you know, and it's 10%. So I guess we're just going to take this one. Let's kill him one more time. Maybe we get a greater affix one, so we get like a few more keys. We could also turn the fresh meat into what we want to. So let's try one more time. There's a gap in each beam, so you don't have to run away. I will say that I obviously have seen that, and I just love running in a circle. And it's preposterous of you to think it would be different. Okay. So how does my damage go like from 100 billion now to then trillions, chat? It's because every single time he gets touched by a volatile skeleton, he takes 1% more damage, right? So my damage just keeps ramping up and keeps ramping up the more skeletons are touching him. And it's also important that you actually let the skeletons touch him. So you wait for the 20 stacks, then you nuke the souls into him, but you still gotta like let those souls cook essentially, because they're where the damage is coming from, right? It's not coming from you unleashing the skill that also does decent damage, but it's actually from you letting then the skeletons also do touch him. Right? Because Army of the Dead is a skill that takes 4 seconds to ramp up. In a 4-second window, there's going to be the... Okay, there's gaps in there. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that. I just like running in circles. Really. Anyone saying different is just a scoundrel and a liar. And a thief, too. But thank you, Benz, for pointing out the obvious. We appreciate it. Not only a gentleman, also a scholar. Another trillion, chat. Okay, this is becoming the norm. I like it. Seems like all our improvements are coming to fruition, right? Oh my lord! Don't burn, pony! Oh. Oh, I still burned. I clicked out of the window. That was so sad. Oh, we're not going to do that again. It just takes too long. But that means if we can hit the butcher for trillions, guys, can we do it to Belial too? But not only Belial, can we do this to... Mephisto. Wow, I get the butcher's cleaver. Someone punched me in the throat, Chad. What does Zangivar Blade of Zur give me? I want to believe that this is random, but the amount of times you just don't get what you're looking for is horrendous, right? Okay, we could try to roll a few more charms, because right now we got minion skills, all stats, minion skills, and minion skills. So technically we could roll one more a little bit, see if we can get minion skills. That's a Phoba. Phoba is +2. Little bit. Okay, what I need to do is I need to head out quickly to the other account. Go over to Lovecraft. Oh, Warlock is called Lovecraft, Chad. Sophisticated name. How well does it do at pit, Vorpal? I do a pit 100 in 4 minutes. I feel fine about that. It's definitely more a boss killer than a pit runner. For pit running, you have other builds, I reckon. Here. Crux of the False Prophet. Because I went without Crux of the False Prophet to Mephisto, and he didn't want to fight me. Chan. He just stood there. He was like, I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to throw hands. And then he was just like, nope. Nope. Let's take the amulet here quickly. And try that we can transfigure this one as well. Okay, chat, let's see. I have more of the Kalians, so we're fine. I'll just check in. Yeah. You deal increased damage per overpowered stack fortified drain rate. Was that? Cool damage increase. It makes enemies vulnerable. Casting heals. No. Oh, that's bullshit when that happens. Heal again. This one, ladies and gentlemen. Vampiric, cursed, stored souls deal increased damage. That's the one you're looking for. Because you can just get the souls out. You know, like my souls that are now getting 450% bonus damage. They'll get even more bonus damage.
Keep your treasures close.
That actually work. Now with that crit, we're also sitting at nice crit numbers. Intelligence, let's take it. Okay, so with the Crux of the False Prophet, we have it. Yep. We're going to go over to Mephisto and then probably die. Because we're too squishy, right? Is it possible to be relevant without Lord of Hatred? Nope. You're going to get your ass beaten. And you're going to have no good time. And then you're going to cry and complain why they be so mean to you. And then you're going to complain again. And then again and again and again.
To think you all started here, born of light.
Do you fight me now?
Of hatred. And to hatred you shall return.
So it was really because I didn't have a Crux that he didn't want to fight me, Chan. Okay, this fight might turn out weird because he's going to teleport around, right? And he's pretty much going to abort my souls from hitting him every single time. Oh, it's in Torment 11. Shit. I didn't want to test him in Torment 11. I wanted to test him in Torment 12. Torment 10. Okay, so that would nuke me. Interesting. How to craft Herodic gems. Herodic gems can't be crafted anymore. That was a complete different season. We killed him on Torment 10 with the Warlock. It's going to be Torment 10 with the Necro as well. For now. Mr. Pangello, thank you for your subscription and support. Thank you for the second month, Pangello. Appreciate it.
To think you all started here, born of light.
That's a 1% off currently. And when it's full, it is still consider if we remove the red blessing or turn the red blessing into a charm. Oh, now he doesn't want to fight. So I assume there's like a 50-50 chance that he wants to fight or doesn't want to fight. Let's try again. Have you enjoyed Necro more than Warlock? I like the Warlock still more, but it's just from a functional standpoint because of what you can do more with the Warlock. Also, I just have played the Necro so many times that, you know, it's just more fun to play something new. No reason why tempers are not dropping. I think it had something to do with Torment tears.
To think you all started here, born of light and of hatred. And to hatred you shall return.
Oh. Then we're not fighting him, I guess. We're not fighting this. Alternative seasonal rank. Duriel in Tormenta 12, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do that, right? What got you into ARPGs? Did you play D1? I did play D1, but not back in the days. I played that last year or 2 years ago. I did not start playing ARPGs because I like ARPGs. I just like Diablo 4. So, what got you into ARPGs? Diablo 4. I mean, I beat all the Diablos before, like 2 and 3 and so on. But I never cared about maxing them. Right? Might have to be Torment 11. No, I can fight him on Torment 10. Do you find you're low on some crafting mats? No. I mean, Forgotten Souls run out, but you can get them back through your thingy quite quick. So I guess we can take a Duriel as a test. Let's see how high our damage can ramp up, ladies and gentlemen. 179 billion, 223. We're going upwards. It's going up, ladies and gentlemen. 400. We have already stacked quite some, but we're not high enough. We need more. More. 400. Oh, I'm stuck. Great, I'm dead. I'm dead. For some reason, my golem does not make me unstoppable when I use his command skill. No, usually you would be able to use the golem command skill to make yourself unstoppable. But I can't. You can refine Veiled Crystal to Souls Alchemist. It's extremely expensive money-wise. You're just going to go broke. Or think of going back to D2 for the DLC. I beat the DLC. It was fun. I made it all the way to Hell difficulty with my Warlock. And then I stopped. I mean, I don't enjoy D2 too much. It's a fun game, don't get me wrong. But for me, it's not the pinnacle of ARPGs like it is for some people. I'm like pretty much an enjoyer, but I'm not a lover. So I need to stand distant from him that I can like get the distant damage bonus. But at the same time, I want to stand close to him so I can see how much damage we're dealing, right? Because I need to see the numbers. Mason, the numbers. We can see them stack up to trillions. Or not, because for some reason the numbers are not stacking up now. So weird at time. Now see, the numbers should be getting higher and not lower. Now the numbers are getting higher. But why? So what makes it that it doesn't stack, Chan? What's the commonality there? Because you notice the difference, right? Sometimes it just stacks like menacingly, and sometimes it doesn't seem to stack at all. And I need to find out what the issue there is. 'Cause it creates like a damage inconsistency that I can't get behind. Is it after we stagger them for the first time that it starts stacking up? Because now suddenly we're doing, you know? No, it's not range. It's like... This just doesn't make sense.
They were nothing. Did you truly think all of this would be that easy?
Did you think all of this would be that easy?
You're like, yeah, I did. I actually, I thought so. So now, see, like, now they're stacking up already against him. 120, 121. We're getting more, right? Gonna have an eye on it. So let's stagger him and see what happens here. 160 already. So now we staggered him, okay? So the assumption was after he gets staggered, for some reason it stacks up or it doesn't stack up. So can we see a reasonable assumption there? Honestly, there's 209. There's 600 billion suddenly. See, like, suddenly after the first stun, it's just as if the sluice gates are open and shit just hits the fan. 700, 800. Like, I'm not blind, right? I'm not crazy. Am I trying to put like 2 and 2 together where there's no 2 and 2 to put together? Can we test this on the target dummy? If that is the case, though, why is that the case? Look at the damage now. What is this? Does it have to do with stunning it? That would make no sense. Okay, so, realistically, our Army of the Dead will converge on your target each time a skeleton explodes an enemy. They take increased damage. Yeah, we know that. We do more damage per minion. We know that as well, correct? Then we get our soul thingy that says only Army of the Dead can now unleash the souls, causing Army of the Dead and the souls per soul unleashed. We can have 20 souls, so that's 1,000 bonus damage, right? This is the Army of the Dead Necro, sir. Okay. Let's take a normal opponent, so not a boss opponent, so something that cannot stagger. Okay, so I will do my Unleash here, and we see billions of damage. And the billions of damage get higher. Then I'll do it again after stacking it 20 times. It's actually some of my dudes. We'll get here fortify running, so we're fortified for that maximum too. Okay, so we're fortified almost. We keep unleashing. We see 105 billion. It just gets more and more. We could just get like 120 billion, 174, 200. See, like it keeps stacking, right? So this keeps stacking. We can all see that now. Here, there's 400 billion. So it's clearly works, right? It clearly does improve. Now we're gonna summon a boss now. So now we get a boss. Make him vulnerable. Hit him. And suddenly we're already ramped up. But why are we ramped up against the same target already? You know, what's... Because it should be Army of the Dead. Each time a Volta explodes on an enemy, they take increased damage from you, right? So it's not that my army does more damage, it's more damage for you, right? Obviously now it stacks up. Okay, wait, let's leave. Let's leave the dungeon. Okay. We reset the whole thing. That's maybe using your potion to interrupt something. Then we're gonna reset the dungeon just for the, you know. Yeah, target dummy doesn't clear damage instances. That's why we're beginning from the beginning, Vorpal Tiger. Okay, let's see if the stacking happens before the stun, because that's again weird. So it's boss target. We have our dudes out. I'm gonna start here getting fortified. We're fortified. I golem dudes. Then we hit him. So now we're starting with low billions again, right? So that's good. Start with low billions and it starts going up and up. Now the stun is gone. See, but look at the low billions now. See, that this is what is happening. Make it make sense. How do we have... There's something wrong and something weird. See, now it starts stacking. But what is this phase where it doesn't stack? Because we can't suddenly go from 12 to 300. That's not 300% more. Right? So what am I missing? What am I not understanding? You know? Because there's 400 billion. You see this? There are tiny 400 billion hits just happening here. Like, it doesn't always see it. There was 400, there was 500, there's 700. So there are tiny ones just in between, as you can see. Like, they're erupting. There's another 700, right? Didn't have overpower stacks, now it's 12. Could be the thing. I mean, our overpower stacks are bound to lucky hit. That the overpower stacks run out. Okay, they're not running. I mean, our only way, by the way, we're getting overpower stacks currently is from... this one here. Enemies hit while afflicted with Iron Maiden have a chance to gain a randomly granted ferocity or overpower. Right? The mages can technically give you also skeletons. Mages have a chance to grant one stack of ferocity resolve or overpower. So now we have no stacks of overpower yet. So there's no overpower stacks still, right? Still no overpower stacks. There's the first overpower stack. Second overpower stack. 6, 10. So now we have the overpower stacks here achieved really quickly. And that's where our damage comes. Okay. At least it finally makes sense. Oh, Jesus. This was confusing me so much. Ugh. Like, now, yeah. Overpower stacks. Good. We're fine. We're fine. It makes sense. Thank you. Holy. I thought I was going crazy because it was completely eluding me. What the fuck is happening there? You know? How can we not get overpower stacks? Use blood mist, blood transfusion to get overpower stacks fast. No, I don't like that. We currently have lucky hit chance to make corpses, and your corpse skills deal increased damage. However, that one would actually not work for our Army of the Dead. It would just work for our skeletons to do more damage. What we could technically do, and I think I like this one, it's quite cute. So we could change our boots if we didn't transfigure them. We didn't transfigure them, luckily. There is an overpower stack thingy, and it's this one here, blood boiling. Every 6 seconds, we gain another stack. Okay, gaining overpower spawns a volatile blood orb, and collecting it causes an explosion. And since we scale physical up, it actually kind of works. And this leads to a nifty amount of bonus damage that we have actually tried out. 900 billion popped out. Oh, we did trillions already when everything is stacked. 1 minute to world boss. Thank you for reminding me. I completely ignored the world boss again and your shouts, and you're amazing, and I am not. So let's go. The more success you have with this 2-day-old character, the more I understand how much I've been inefficient and slacking. Well, you have to understand that I don't have the luxury to play inefficient agent. So I need to finish this build today, so we can do another build tomorrow, so we can do another build tomorrow, so I can make another 2 videos, so we can start with a druid on Wednesday or Thursday, or we could go back to the warlock to try out another warlock build, to then do the next build, you know? I can't just be fucking around. Our golem build's no longer good. The problem with the golem build is you either choose maximum damage juice golem fill gluttony, or you choose triple golem, and then you have to do blood golem, but blood golem is actually damaging your own golems, and that's kind of weird. So I'm actually not sure how much damage a golem can nowadays deal, and if someone actually bothered to find out. So now my overpower stacks are already on 2, and I'm just hitting the enemy here with my sever to get more. Yeah, so my overpower stacks are rising a bit faster because every 6 seconds we get like an overpower stack. That's not a lot of overpower stacks, but it just helps with the stacking a bit, right? That you're just able to get that much more out of it. I am so happy we could make hand and foot out of this. It would have driven me insane if we could have never figured this out, why this is happening, Chan. But at least we now have an answer. How is overpower giving us so much damage, by the way? That's over our amulet and over our charm we have. So we played 2 sources of overpower damage, and it's actually quite some damage that we're getting from overpowers. So it is really worth it, just saying. If you thought about it or not. We get pretty much the Red Blessing, and Red Blessing is 10% more per overpower stack. So you can imagine that is with 12 overpower stacks, 120% damage multiplier, right? Quite nice. But that isn't it, because we're also playing a charm, and that charm would be the Banished Lord's Talisman. Okay. And that Banished Lord's Talisman says 12% more damage per overpower stack. So we get 120% more damage, and we get 140% more damage. 260% more just from having overpower stacks. Isn't that great?
It is done.
Collection primordial dust. Yeah, honestly. So to never run out. By the way, chat, you want to see what we crafted today? We crafted this one. Vulnerable damage, crit damage, fizz damage. Boom. What an absolute ugly, beautiful piece of action. Okay, so now that we have all this stuff together, let's see if it works. So we need overpower stacks for the maximum damage. So in order to get overpower stacks, I can spend resource as well. Okay, now that I look for it, I instantly see the damage. So see, we're instantly at 12 stacks, guys. Instantly our damage is ramped up. Oh, Jesus. Thank you that we tested this out. It has been just so inconsistent. Oh, my Lord. And this is why we do this live chat. Because I would have sat there now for 3 hours, like moving aspects around and trying to figure out what's breaking my brain without looking at the obvious. God, sometimes you're blind, right? This is why we do that together, because you're all just so much more smart and handsome at the same time, chat. Look at you. You need this build. Well, we have the planner up, but we also have the full build guide video explanation up, where I talk about the overpower stacks. That's why I keep saying, like, if you get the build planner, right? If you just look at the build planner, and then you might just fall in the same trap as I did here, of just completely forgetting out your overpower stacks and what they do. Because we automatized the whole thing with the overpower stacks so much that we didn't have to care for them, despite it being actually necessary. Okay, now with the blood boiling aspect, we can really maintain these 12 stacks without a problem, though. So that's pretty nifty, right? I mean, I'm sitting at the 12 at any given point, more or less, and we also have them faster, so this is great. And we get these blood orbs that we can walk over that explode. I'm not sure how much damage they're dealing, but they're probably dealing some, and more is better than none. Does it matter for the cube, a charm? No. In order to turn something into a charm, it needs to be ancient. You cannot turn non-ancient things into charms. Okay? Ancient or bust. Yeah, look at that. We're just getting the damage out. Like, look at the time improvement. So someone was asking, is this even fast enough for the pit? So if I didn't die there like a stupid monkey right now, this would have been like an easy 3-minute, this would have been an easy 3-minute pit 100, which is just a good time, especially for Necro, who's usually not doing it this fast, right? I still have to look out for my survival because I just don't have the max HP to do so, but I guess this is an easy fix. Oh, despite us dying, chat, we're looking at a 4-minute clear. Oh, my stone. What was the problem? So there wasn't a problem. I'm just stupid. We had to change an aspect to get our overpower stacks more consistent, and that seemed to be like the solution for everything. Because see, now the boss spawns, and usually we had to ramp up our damage, but look at his life just go away. If he would stop like diving into the ground and chasing me. Okay, we got him. My overpower stacks are stacked, and we're doing the 500 billions. There's the 300, and suddenly all his life is gone. Yeah. Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. We figured it out. Goodness Christ. Now, do you want to know how absolutely broken this build could actually be if everything would work like it should? Because you might not know this, ladies and gentlemen, but there's something that doesn't work in this build. And it's actually Blizzard's fault. Do you want to know what it is? What doesn't work is that Army of the Dead has no tags. It is an ultimate summon skill. But where are the tags? It's clearly a minion skill. Or it's clearly a corpse skill. Or it's clearly something that is not like here shown right now. Correct? But why? Why is it not a minion build? Why is it not a... Like, if it was a minion skill, I could get another 15 ranks on it. Can you imagine how much more damage that would be? If we get now 15 more ranks on that skill? Kind of out of control, right? Amulet. Shitty. Helmet. Shitty. Shitty. Weapon damage. Nice. Okay, give me the spoiled tie. Oh, movement speed and life regen. I mean, I could remove both. Let's keep that as a crafting experiment, potentially. Ja, bitte, mein Kind. Warum fragt ihr mich für Fernseher? Na gut, aber nichts aufregen. Nee, bei Nintendo habt ihr euch beim letzten Mal immer sofort gestritten. Ihr wollt dafür doch nichts. Ja? Nee, hab ich nicht gehört. Tut mir leid. Habt ihr aufgeklingelt? Okay. Bis gleich. Das ist meiner. Lass ihn da liegen. Raus mit dir. Tür zu, bitte. That one. Let's try to Tür richtig zu! Tür richtig zu! Jesus. The kids are much cuter than you. They are. So Vehement Brawler, yes, gives us 2 ranks, but we did the math. Okay, so let me show you the math, because I thought so too. I thought maybe we should go for Vehement Brawler. Okay, listen. So if you go for Vehement Brawler, you get 50% more damage, and every rank is around 20% more damage for the Army of the Dead. So that would be 90% more damage in total from the Vehement Brawler. Okay? You're with me, right? You're with me. You're with me. Come closer, chat. But if we currently play instead of Vehement Brawler, the aspect that says your maximum overpower is increased by 4 while you're fortified. This would give us 12 stacks. Now, 4 more stacks is 40% more damage from our amulet. And it is also 40% more damage, or actually like 48% more damage from our charm, which is 88. That's lower than 90. The thing is, if I get 4 more overpower stacks, I currently have these tempers that say damage per overpower stack. So you can imagine if we have like damage per overpower stack now, and that gets then 4 more stacks on every single item we have, then we're suddenly sitting at something truly obnoxious. You know, just from merely good to what the fuck, this should be illegal. And we have like 3 items with this going on with the damage per overpower stack. And suddenly the more overpower stacks become a very crucial part of the build because it gives you so much power. Makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, now that we reset this, does he work again? Because I'm just trying to fight, like, Mephisto right now on Torment 10. I'd like to fight him on Torment 10, but he doesn't let me fight him on Torment 10. Necro is amazing. May the force be with you, Mercs. May the force be with you as well. Have they reworked Overpower? So Overpower works following. You can have 4 stacks of Overpower. I can have 12. Every stack of Overpower gives you a fixed damage plus. And you can increase that damage plus with more stacks per Overpower, okay? So the fixed plus is, I think, 15%. So you would get like 60% more damage, plus 60% more damage. But instead of this, I'm getting now like 200% more damage or so. And that kind of like stacks up extremely nifty. Overpower is not broken again, no, but the way how we're playing it is extremely strong. Ah, finally he works. Okay, let's get our overpower stacks this time so we can hit him harder. The problem is his teleporting around is going to prevent us from getting our overpower stacks fast. And that's weird because we're going to be wanting to damage him, right? We only have 4 stacks of overpower, so we're missing tons of damage on him right now. We get him staggered. Now we get the 11, and look at the damage unleashing here on him. First round done, ladies and gentlemen. Off to number 2. Warlock, Experts, Abyss, Recast, Rampage, or Tyrant's Grasp. Tyrant's Grasp. But Apocalypse would probably be the best choice. Gravebloom is not in the game. It's called now the Hammer of King Leoric. My 12 stacks of overpower did not deplete, Chad, so I can instantly nuke him. Oh, that's actually OP. Can our Blood Mist make things vulnerable by chance? It's either overpower stacks or vulnerable, huh? Sadly, we can't make it do... There's just like a question, how can we get overpower stacks even faster, right? Overpower stacks quickly. So now I only have 8 stacks, and that's just less damage than I could do. Okay, we get it stacked. We're at 8. Now this time we get the middle phase. Here's the Frost Nova, easy piece of vulnerable. Now we can't do this because we currently need the skill ranks and we want to have the... We need to invoke Iron Maiden. Because for some reason the curse doesn't curse. But I guess I could fix this by using the curse ring. But if I use the curse ring, I use the damage multiplier, and I don't want that. What was the curse ring called again, Chad? Curse ring was called... Bartek? The Omen of Pain. Yeah. Omen of Pain is just not worth it. Phase 3 is the end for minion Necro. You start without minions. Oh, I don't need minions. I just need my overpower stacks. Oh, I need to stop getting into that one. Technically, it would always be best to start a fight with like these 275 stacks, right? First, you need to stop doing that. Now that I know it's down to the overpower stacks, I'm going to get obsessed with getting them quick. Chad. And that's 8. And that's 9. And that's 11. And that's 12. And there's billions of damage. So now my stacks keep stacking up, and actually it resets. So in this phase, I'm not losing my stacks, it seems. How about Black Golem for 3 OP stacks on use? Could do that. The problem is, as soon as I'm stacked up, then I don't need more Mattis. I mean, the easiest would be to kick out my movement skill for overpower stacks, but I just like I like this one too much, personally. to do that. See, I'm still at 12 stacks now. So if I trigger this, look at him die. Look at him die, Chan. See that? That was it? Joe Ever, next phase. Oh, what? I didn't even see the damage. I was also not paying attention. But like, you notice what we're talking about, right? So that's where just like, I'm not sure how it's going to be in phase 3 though. And obviously for this phase, I need to kind of like stack him up quick. But for other like thingies, it really doesn't matter. Oh, he just killed my killed my dudes, Chan. It's annoying. Less overpower stacks because he killed my dudes. Forcing me to restack them. And we killed him. We're at only 10 stacks. You have the MOBA up yet? We have the MOBA up. Yes, but it's missing the explanations. You died the red thingies. Do you have to dodge them? You just have to dash out of the way of them. Preferable use a dash skill that makes you invulnerable on dashing. I'm not an enjoyer of this fight. I like this fight a lot. "12 stacks, Chad. Sent my army out." Oh, no. Sorry, I stepped in the poison because I'm just slow. I'm just slow. Oh. A Blizzard give me a damage meter. Yeah, I don't understand why we don't have a damage meter because I'm pretty certain that the developers with their developer tools have a damage meter. I'm sorry, I will die on this hill and I cannot be convinced different. Right? You can't tell me that the developers are just sitting there testing things without having a damage meter built into their development version of Diablo 4. I am sorry, I'm not buying that. I made an Apocalypse build, but I want to move to the Grass build. Is it worth it? Yes, Miracle. However, the Apocalypse is obviously that one super new skill that you have on Warlock right now. I rolled an Immortal Barb just so I could skip all the mechanics in this fight. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. If you really don't want to bother about things, I think Immortal Barb is definitely the way to go. Okay, we're done here, chat. Drink the potions faster. No. So we deleted 1/2 of his HP just with that. You had trillions, but you won some change because you're getting bored. Understandable. I mean, that's what happens when you play OP builds. You get bored because they're OP. It's actually completely normal. It's the reason why I have chosen myself to not play the Apocalypse build in Warlock so far. Because I know I would just get bored and then get annoyed. Okay, 11 overpower stacks. We need more. Just ask the Deathstorm would have worked out how they made theirs and implemented it already. As I said, there is probably a damage meter in Diablo, just in the back end. There must be a reason why they're not giving it to us. And the reason is that people would obsess over every minuscule DPS value, probably. I mean, there's a healthy obsession about improving your builds, okay, Chad? And there's an unhealthy obsession about improving your build. I mean, technically, if you want to know how much damage you're dealing, you just go to a boss and you just see if you're killing him faster or slower. The same goes for Pit as a kind of measurement if an improvement was made. But again, like, you can't... Can you look me in the eyes and tell me that you wouldn't be obsessing a little bit too much if there was a damage meter in the game? See, that's how you dodge the red thingies. Can you look me in the eyes and be like, yeah, Pony, I wouldn't be totally like obsessing like a little bit too much. Be real. Be honest with me. Okay, we gotta look out that we're not dying to this here right now. And we died. I can see where I need Blood Mist in this fight. You know, for this specific fight, I can see where I would need Blood Mist to just make life easier for me. Oh god, I feel so slow. Why couldn't I use Blood Mist? Okay. Can I cannot do Blood Mist? Ah, you have to do Blood Mist forward. Ah, I see. I was just confusion about what Blood Mist was actually doing there. Now we're good. What do you stun him? Stunning him wouldn't work there. Oh, the problem is Blood Mist has such a high cooldown now. Well, that wouldn't work. Right? There's a trillion damage, Chad. That was easy. There's a trillion damage. I think Enduring Face can prevent one hits. Yeah, but you could also just get good. Soar. Yes, Enduring Faith does prevent, but you could also just get good. I mean, if this was hardcore, you definitely should play Enduring Faith. There's absolutely no reason why you wouldn't play Enduring Faith. I mean, if you play hardcore and you don't play Enduring Faith, you're a fucking idiot. Also, Slayer, you can't stun him in the phase where he summons his goob. It's impossible. Mom! Oh, I went into the Blood Mist when I shouldn't have. Okay, he's dead. Next phase. So you can't stun him in this phase. Feel like you can prep him for the stun, but you can't stun him. Okay, realistically, the best thing I could do here is I avoid these hits, then I trigger my thingy, go into the Blood Mist. He dies from my thingy because that's what my thingy does, and we're in the next phase.
So much effort spent. Yet still my waters rise.
Yeah, he kills my skeletons. I can see that. It should be fine.
Wake up.
Oh, wake up! Yo, mom. starts with your mom. I'm not making this up. Okay, we get the overpower stacks. We have them. Send it forward. Send the lads forward. Get my... Oh. Yeah, I need my... see, in this phase, I need more HP. But in this phase, I need then again the... What is it called again? In this phase, I need again the Sever to jump around faster. So I kind of need both. It's weird. Okay, I can see what you're saying about minions, but I can easily get my minions back, even though I don't need my minions back, so this is very important. I do not require my minions. They're a nice little bonus to have. But we're also getting fairly nicely along without them. Okay, 9 overpower stacks. Should be enough for the damage we want to deal. Oh, we get him in the middle. Well, that hasn't happened for us. Now we get 12 stacks at least, so get right. Good. Do you need the corpse tendrils? The corpse tendrils are my source of fortify, and fortify is needed for damage. So yes, we need the corpse tendrils. Also, playing corpse tendrils and blood mist together would be weird. I mean, you know what would help? Having more maximum life. So right now, the main reason this is looking the way it is we need more maximum life, so we bury it more, right? We could also remove the skill ranks and just generally go for more barrier. So we have a couple of avenues to improve this. It's not like that we don't have a couple of avenues to improve this, right? There's things we can do. We're only 4 overpower stacks here. Oh no. Oh, we just really got to look out for that one. Put the essence back. I failed to see the generator. I'm just thick. I get... sorry, where am I? Chad? Hold on. I shouldn't be here. Cool. So... The game was like, do you want to be down here? And you're like, no, but no. No. So I get essence back just with normal essence regeneration. That's it. I don't have any special essence regeneration to get back. What you could technically do, instead of getting 2 more mages, you could have your mages be essence regeneration. But that would feel plenty weird because then we're dropping down to 3 mages, and I don't think you want to do that, personally. As Chat said, we could swap our golem over to actually the blood golem. Which would give us stacks of, like, so the problem is we would lose 50%, 15% critical strike damage. But we would get 20% more maximum life, so maybe that's what we should go for, right? So we could do that to have like an easy stack of overpower. Does that like work well? Roderick. No. 'Cause Helltide. Oh. So, against a... Just here. If I go now for... We sent the Golem in. That's instantly 4 overpowered. Yeah, that solves the problem, Chan. And since we have the Golem cooldown quite a lot, I mean, probably the best solution. Also, 20% more max life doesn't hurt. I mean, sure, it's 15% less crit damage, but considering how easy we can do the overpower, I guess I like it. This would also then mean we don't have to play the aspect on my boots anymore, and we could go for a different aspect. It's a nice little way to actually get the overpower. I like this. I like this. I think that's fine. The only thing we now need to change is technically that, like, I still need a better source of vulnerable for this build, technically, because we're missing currently our resolve stacks. And actually, like, usually resolve stacks should be provided by... So we got here the curse that should provide us resolve stacks, but it doesn't. So we got ferocity, we got overpower, right? But we're not getting resolve stacks. Now, I could get resolve stacks over command skeletons, but then we're not going to get... If I get resolve stacks over command skeleton... We're not going to get... vulnerable from our skeletons, and the only source of vulnerable would then be our tentacles. That'd be terrible. Torment, this is a pit 100. We can do Torment 12, but we just don't do Torment 12. Okay, so the overpower problem, quotation mark, is solved to my complete satisfaction now. Because sending that golem out, like, pretty much makes it a more reliable source of income. So this is perfect. I'm very happy with this. But again, vulnerable needs to be fixed, Chan. I mean, vulnerable is only a little multiplier, but still, it would feel stupid to not have it. Right? So how do we do that now? I'm open for suggestions, ladies and gentlemen. Frost Mages any good? If I take Frost Mages, I'm not getting a barrier anymore. And I feel like that would be not good. Now, optimally, I wouldn't need to play the curse, right? So currently I play the curse as my... thingy, but it seems like that without that the curse wouldn't work. Actually, right now I have free vulnerable. I'm an idiot because we have it actually here. I completely forget that we have it, Chad. Ignore me wondering about vulnerable because I have it tempered on my Shamambo Bambo. But like I have the source of vulnerable. Ignore me. I'm drunk. Yeah, I'm drunk. In case you didn't notice. Clearly. Because any other explanation doesn't make sense. I'm drunk. Yeah. It'd be a shame if we weren't. Yeah, I was here to say we had that. His swords and PoE? Yes, I know, sir. I have seen it. Okay, so we get the vulnerable. That means I can get the resolve stacks here. That means more tankiness. We get the 20% more life and the OP stacks here. That means we get a free slot on our boots for an aspect, chat. What would we want to take? And we could make corpses aspect, but I don't see it. When a corpse, you could fortify. I could make an easy source of fortify. That'd be the easiest fortify source. I mean, Hood Flash gives our skeletons more damage, but it kind of seems weird. Penitent Greaves. I mean, we could technically play the Exploiters aspect because due to the Godslayer crown and consistently stunning enemies, we actually do get them unstoppable. I'm not sure if unstoppable still works on bosses, but it would work for generally going through dungeons. We could technically play the Wild Bolt aspect and change our helmet. What if we play the Wild Bolt aspect, chat, okay? And we swap our helmet back to the... Undercrown. For the time being. Can we work with that? Wildwood and Air? I don't have Air, but Wildwood and Air would probably be the ultimate choice if I had it. I mean, I can try to make an Air of Perdition. Wrong. Why do you YOLO random gamble instead of target crafting? I'll never get it. No Air of Perdition. We're gonna play the Undercrown. Let's see how that vibes here. Back to Akarat. Let's hope he works again. It wasn't bug. Air is the BIS headpiece for most builds. I mean, it gives you 20 crit, 20 movement, 20 everything, 20 whatsoever. Like, obviously that thing is insane. Who would have guessed?
To think you all started here, born of light and of hatred.
That's a lot of minions now. Okay, we sent the Golem in instantly for overpower stacks. We get the resolves 8 stacks too instantly, so that's good. Our overpower stacks are up to 8 as well. Damage boosting galore, ladies and gentlemen.
This world, these people can be saved.
Oh, he just died while he was performing his move, Chad. Since Army of the Dead is not a minion skill, shouldn't we build into something else? Just got these no Bellions. The minions are still boosting the damage of the Army of the Dead. And the minions are still giving you meaningful bonuses, so they're worth it. Also, the minions are, despite the Army of the Dead being your main damage, providing you with quite some billions bonus damage on the side, because we're still multiplying your minions up. Long story short, short story long, minions are worth it. Okay, we get our 8 overpower stacks only. But then I hit him here with that, and that's it. Oh, shit, yeah. It all converged on me. Okay, so this systematic approach and what we just added here and re-added and the thingies work. We have to test the wildboat aspect in the pit, though. When I still die, obviously, when I get scratched there. Okay, instant golem attack. Boom, we get the 3 overpower. Then we get 4 overpower. And we're sitting at 11 overpower again. Yep. Glorious, ladies and gentlemen. And he dies. Do you see how he folded, ladies and gentlemen? How the man folded there. So yeah, fully stacked up. My warriors, I want to show you just when I hover over it. They need to get us the +5 minions back from the gloves. I'm not sure why they took them away. That minions be OP. What class are you going to do next? I mean, we haven't decided that we now do a next class. I think we still want to do another Necro build. So this was now the first Necro build we did, but there's another Necro build to come. Can I... Oh, shit. I wanted to test if I could redirect my minions away before he just smashes me into pieces, right? There's the idea. Blight? No, Blight is boring. And I wanted to see if a Bloodlands would actually be worth it. I know Bloodlands is going to be worth it as a single target skill. It's already set in stone. God, I hate your teleportation, Akarat. Okay, 8 overpower stacks. I've been getting obsessed now with building them up. But it truly does work. Okay, get him staggered. He's staggered. Do the damage. We win. Is there a build for this? Climb out too? There is a planner, yes. However, the planner does only tell you half the story, so you'll have to wait for tomorrow morning until I get that one done. Okay. Still have to wake up early. Still have to get you that guide. Also, do you want still a loot filter guide, or is it too late in the season, by the way, chat? General call out for interest. Is there even an interest still for a loot filter guide, or... I'm not entirely sure if I even want to do one. Okay, we only have 2 overpower stacks left, so I'm just going to send my golem out for a second to go for 5 overpower stacks. And we're down to 4. Then we're at 9. By the way, for the people that missed it, do you hear that Mephisto is speaking German, chat? Because he said, I have poisoned Zavatas. In case you missed that. It's full German Mephisto at this point. Oh, way too many. Way too many. I'll say one thing, chat. I noticed. But it's just this boss fight. that I'm losing my overpower stacks due to not having the aspect that keeps them up. Okay. So this is a thing. Like, it might only be the Mephisto fight. So on other fights, they don't have these amount of invulnerability phases where he goes wrong. But the actual, like, the actual aspect kept my overpower stacks up. But also what keeps me alive here are my resolve stacks currently, chat. So I can say wholeheartedly that getting the resolve stacks, Jesus Christ, what a word, is absolutely worth it, right? It's working like a charm, so having these 9 going on is killer. Your gear's broken, scratched, Christian. Broken is when it's red. 2 symbols. Orange symbol, scratched. Red symbol, broken.
So be it. You want the truth of what?
So functionally, we made the build perfect now. We still have to test the wild bolt in a dungeon, though. So let's see if we do this Mephisto try here, or if I'm too stupid to avoid again. Oh, I got my piggy toe touched. It almost killed me. Am I the only one that keeps forgetting his abilities from try to try? Chad? I mean, I literally know what he does, but then from one try to the other, I just completely forget what he does. Oh! Oh! Too many. How are we getting so many souls to hit so fast at once? Your minions hitting gives you souls, and I'm consuming corpses like there's no tomorrow. So my golem consumes corpses, and my skeletal warriors consume corpses. For the fight, I'm gonna go back to the overpower stacks, but only for the fight, okay, chat? Because the overpower stacks, they kept it up to 12. That when we are there, we just get it done. I need this for the instant damage bursting, right? So we put this in because now, like, we send him forward, right? We're at 4 stacks. But then the aspect that triggers every 6-second triggers and instantly makes it 5 stacks. And then the aspect triggers and instantly makes... You get the drift, right? Why this is so good. Like, even when I'm just running around randomly here, I'll just get an overpower stack already. See, that's 1 overpower stack just from existing, pretty much. And overpower stacks last for 4 seconds, so technically you're going to lose that one. By the time that you get another one from the aspect, but the overlap it just creates is exactly enough to keep this up and cooking, and boom, we're at 12 stacks like there's no tomorrow. That's just the guarantee for the trillions of damage. And he's gonna fold, and he's done. Oh shit, I stepped into it. I thought he's dead. Can I remove health from weapon, or do I need to start from scratch on a new weapon? You can't do target reroll. You need to do chaotic reroll. If you want to get health off the weapon, if you do target reroll, it won't remove the health from the weapon. If you do chaotic reroll, it should be able to. However, I'm not sure if a weapon will always have max life on it. Also, why would you want to remove max health from weapon? It's one of the best sources of max health. Why do you hate being alive, sir? So that's 12 stacks, 12 stacks. Refresh, right? Necroxus, thank you very much for your subscription and support. Necroxus, pleasure. Hope you're doing well. The easiest way to not have to care about the faces is to just nuke him, right? I was out. I mean, it doesn't help that we have like 0 movement speed, okay, Chad? How much is our movement speed multiplier? It is 20%. Right? 20% for my minions, that's it. This season is barely a week old. Why are so many people so strong already? Because people know how to get strong. I mean, I don't know why it should take long to get strong. What is the fun in when it takes longer? You know? It was always going to be that the people that know what they're doing going to be strong in no time. This was always going to happen. There is never going to be a world where this is not exactly the thing. Right? If you thought different, you're a fool. I said it. I'm not taking it back.
So be it.
The difference is now that you can get strong extremely fast, but in order to be perfect, you have way more control over your character.
Let all illusions burn from your eyes.
Right? See, now that we have the overpower stacks, look at the instant damage we're dealing. See, now we're just gonna skip the phase again. Skip. Oh my lord, I was ready to dash, but he just hit me in the back. Perikius, you're in the vertical stream. There's also a horizontal stream on YouTube. Come on over, brother. Don't get hit by the red blips. The red blips, they kill you. Okay, 11 overpower stacked. Stun him. Kill him. 388. I wish all the crafting mats would auto pick up. Yeah, I don't absolutely understand why they're not auto pick upping. The only reason I could see behind it that crafting mats are not auto pick up is that Blizzard wants you to feel that you're picking them up.
You want the truth of what I am.
Like right when a cool crafting mat drop that you're like, oh ja, crafting mat, das ist so gut, das ist so geil. And then you're just happy that you picked it up, right? You're just like, wow, 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 I just dropped this. And if it's auto pick up, you're just going to scoot it up and then you're going to be like, yay. So that's literally the only psychological component I could see behind that. Not sure if that is the case, right? Goodness, I went again into the... Haha! Haha! Oh. So here we nuked his second phase, ladies and gentlemen. So this is how it's supposed to go, okay? This is how the second phase nuking is supposed to go. Every single time. I just need to make sure that I don't die from his magnanimous super nuking, and then as soon as he comes out, he's just gone. Okay, that's him. It's over. Forever. Final phase now. Could I command my minions to just stand on me? Yeah. And if I keep this, right, can I keep them alive? I think I kept them alive, right? Let's see. I'm in Torment 12, Robert, with this build. I mean, I could probably clear up hit 115 at least with this. Well, we do 500 million damage consistently. 500 trillion, sorry. With outliers in the trillions. Okay. I just need to get myself... I'm going to reroll all these armor here. Okay, all these armor. I'm going to reroll into max life just so I can stand that one hit from the fireball. Because I survived a hit from these red fireballs, right? But he's forcing me to literally reroll these stats. I'm not pleased, Mr. Mephisto, for making me reroll that. But we actually do keep minions alive in the final phase because people were telling me that my minions would be dead. Gonzo, Joe Ever, they wouldn't be coming back. But we do manage to keep them alive, so that's good. And staggered and dead. It's really easy. I hate this third phase. The problem is, so the easy thing is in the third phase, I really don't have to stand close to him. I could go as far away as I want. The problem is that the red blobs are just appearing randomly. The problem is that my mages need to do damage to him, so I have a barrier. Ergo, I need to somehow get a barrier otherwise, because I don't have a barrier else, right? So what I need to do is, I need to remove the... I need to remove the thingy that gives me more skill ranks, because right now I get 3 more skill ranks from a rune, but these 3 more skill ranks are pretty much for pit pushing. So if it's about like boss fighting here and survival, I guess it would be better if I just say screw that, and we're just going for the Kui rune that would give me more a barrier continuously. So I guess that's what I now need to look out for, huh? Curvature of the balls of doom. Okay, we got it, chat. We survived that one. Let's summon our skellies back. We get the skelly mages again, at least some of them. He does this, he goes there, we do that. He gets nuked, he gets stunned, he dies, next phase. So what we're gonna try now is, I'm gonna try to get them all in the middle to me. Okay. Come here. Yes, I think we get most of them to survive. Whew. Pump it, come on, chat, we get this.
Wake up.
This build without the DLC, impossible. Okay, I dodged the red balls of doom. I get hit by the sword. I have no mages. That's a bit bad. Oh shit, my old mages are gonna die as well. It's like we're doing reasonable damage to him. The problem is keeping... Oh shit. Oh no, I was right in front of him. I was trying to dash to the right. It's so interesting. So yeah, what I said about like getting more barrier. Was this build you need the DLC because you need the talisman and you need some third abilities that are locked. What did I say? The Kui rune here, the Kui rune instead of the skills, and we would need the Neo probably. Neo. Because that has like the barrier, so we now get the barrier from the skeletons, okay? And we get the barrier from the Kui rune. So the barrier from the skeletons is only 37%, but then the Kui rune is also another 40%. And that together adds up actually to give you a full life's barrier instead of just having like half your globe buried up the whole time. And as you can imagine, that's quite useful to have this just constantly up, right? even if your minions are not hitting. You don't lose your skills if you're away from him. Sir, you're not the only one. If you avoid the circle he spawns, this like red circle where it goes, boo, you don't lose your skills. Trust me, happened to me as well. Don't worry, you're not the only one. Just keep away from that initial whoa, and you're good. My minions block me. Almost died to weird-ass explosions. So that was his face. Goodbye, Mr. Mephisto. Yeah, we skipped that face. Big skip, chat. Big skip. So we didn't even have him like do shit. And look at my barrier. It's up, chat. It's up. It's cooking. Right? This is a big difference in how it works or not. If I really have this up. Like I'm sitting at 30,000 barrier consistently. If I now get hit by something annoying, I don't instantly die like I would usually. Because I have the barrier up, right? So this is like, you know, generally speaking, very good. I lose damage. Yes, I'm going down from 1 trillion to maybe 950 billion, right? You should start the game on the normal difficulty, sicko, and then you should play until the end in the normal difficulty, until Torment. Unless you want to do a capstone dungeon in the seasonal rank, then you actually need to go a higher difficulty, just for the capstone dungeon. Best method for talismans, the pit, what bosses, pit, their bosses, and war plants. See, if you run away from this red blip, you're good. Oh, that one is going to kill me if it hits me. See how much I'm surviving now, ladies and gentlemen? You notice the big difference in this whole setup? Look at how I'm nuking him. Look at how me, like, I'm absolutely destroying this guy now. Oh, I just dashed into him. I'm an idiot. Look at me. Let's go. Let's go. Dance at him. Dance at him. Destroy him. Do it. Do it now. It required a few, like, moments of rethinking stuff. Okay. Let's see what we're gonna get. Again, not a mythic. Oh, man. I'll never get that mythic charm. My inventory's also full. I'll be back. Give me a second. Bad? Bad. That has vulnerable damage and physical damage multiplier and 10%. I mean, it's only an 850 item power one, but it's literally the best. It has it all. Damn. Damn, 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 damn. I'll be back. There's 2 unique charms from him. I can't ever manage to kill Lilith. Odor, this character, when he was 6 hours old, he would have pooped on Lilith. But in a respectful way. Okay? Chat, listen. In a distinguished, respectful way. Okay? I pooped on her. Fist of Fate. We already have this. And Razor Blade. Oh, you didn't even know that. That's kind of funny. Okay. Chat, this is where it ends. We have our goal. We succeeded. We figured out how to do the damage. We got now the overpower stacks with the golem. We know how to keep this up. We get the overpower stacks here as well. We're using the undercrown. We still have to test this in the pit, but I'll do that later. Was ist los?
Papa, Mama ist gleich weg.
Ich komme sofort nach oben. Ab mit dir. And I'll be back tomorrow for more. Okay. Aria, nein. Bitte lass mich. Nein, lass mich nicht. Nein, mach die Tür. Okay. Back more for tomorrow. I'm not sure how long because it's going to be my birthday and we get guests later. So we're going to have some birthday streaming happening, ladies and gentlemen. We will play a new Necromancer build. Most likely a new Necromancer build tomorrow because this one is now Torment 12. It's destroying everything, right? We get it fully maxed out. I think there's like, I obviously can get the 900 item power amulet. So I still have like a bit ways to go to get this up to like 2, 3, 4 trillion. But it, like, you know, we'll see. So, birthday's tomorrow, not today. Tomorrow, not today. Chat, come on, calm down. So, we'll see each other. I'll be back. And do watch the video on Mythics and the other stuff. Don't forget about that. I'll see that I make a loot filter video as well. Okay? Therefore, take care.